Good morning, everybody. Hope you're doing well. Here we are live at the day 2 of the AGM, UCP AGM, as we're waiting for Danielle Smith to take the stage in about 15 minutes. I'm here back at the media table, all set up, just like we did yesterday, having conversations with everybody. So it's great to see you all here. And let's go ahead and get ourselves started. Good morning, Stan. Very excited that you're here as well. Missed most of yesterday's show. Okay, well, we're going to be here for about 2 hours as we do this particular portion of the event, which will be the keynote and the accountability section. And San, of course, you didn't miss Jeffy, though. That was awesome. It was. That's the talk of the town right now. Everybody's very familiar with what happened yesterday. There's videos from all over this area, and people are having great conversations, and they're ready to vote. A lot of people started voting already. That opened up about an hour ago, and I'll be getting my vote in as well. And I've got myself set up now at the beginning, at the head of the table. And there's our CBC friend, Jason, hanging out. Thanks a lot for your advice, bud. And yeah, the media's here. It's filling up, and people are excited to be here. Yeah, so if you're actually at the event, swing by, say hello, and hang out. We got some books and T-shirts as well. Lots of people coming up to say hello. Good morning, Pat. How are you doing? Alberta Independent Smith is for dealing with the enemy Liberals in Canada. So sad. Hope she gets fired this weekend. No, it doesn't work that way, Pat. She's got a mandate currently. She ran on sovereign Alberta inside a United Canada. When she gets a new mandate, she will change exactly that. And what we'll see is hopefully, if that happens, we get a new mandate. She's just as strong with that mandate as she currently is with this one. I know it's not everybody's desire right now, but she did not run on separation or independence. She ran on sovereign Alberta. But things change, right? And they're going to change with a vote. She was clear about this just the other day during an interview. And there is no firing her. This is not a leadership review in any way, shape, or form. That was last year. But the board is being selected. So we'll see what kind of candidates get through on the new board. It may be a very independent, strong one, or maybe an establishment board, or a combination of both. Thank you very much, Sam. Appreciate that. Heck yes. It's going to be a good day. So I'm going to do a 10 a.m. one, which is this one starting here. And then I'll be back at 5 p.m. to cover the board results. And we'll go ahead and get those to you live streaming. And now I'm in the front, so I don't have any media in front of me. The people around me are not pleased. Well, one isn't. The masked up lady, she's very, very adamant that she wants a safe space and quiet space, but it's all good. I'm sure she'll find it somewhere else. We're media, we're streaming, we're talking, we're communicating. This is our job. Whether or not other people enjoy it or not, I don't really care. By the way, if you want a book or T-shirt, I do have them with me today. A couple people already came by, so happy to sign one and make you look great with a T-shirt. Jim, somebody needs to ask if she supports the WEF. Okay, so here's my story on that one. When she was running in the leadership race, AHS had a webpage up about a partnership with the WEF. Yeah, no worries. And we weren't pleased about that, so I highlighted it during the leadership race. And then after she became premier, it was still up. So I did a post and said, Danielle, please remove this by the end of the day. And it turns out they did. They removed it. So I don't know what that means, whether she's part of it or not, but she definitely does not want an association with it, at least publicly. I have no other information any other way other than she took it down. And it turns out her chief of staff is the one who reached out to me when I did that post to provide the link to them, and they took action. So if that means anything to you, then great. But as we start filling up here, we're going to be getting ready for the keynote. And the keynote will be in about 11 minutes or so. LFG, absolutely, San, for sure. There's a lot of support for that. Who's this strange lady here? How do you say that last name? Great to see you there, husband. Oh, that's who it is, my wife. Paula, a lot of people are asking about you. They wish you were here. Maybe next year we'll be able to work things out so you can be here. But yeah, lots of support for Padge. A couple people in the line says Padge here. I have to remind them that Padge means Paula and Jason. You have a name, and it's Paula. Love you, babe. Missed you, and we'll be talking to you soon. Marlene, we are watching from Arizona. Wow, thank you very much for joining us all the way up here in Alberta. Maybe we're going to be, friendly neighbors, and you'll come up here and visit the new nation of Alberta one day. But thanks for watching from Arizona. Make sure you guys, we're just going to do this little thing here. Make sure that you like and subscribe and you do all that good stuff. Let me go find where that is. I don't have my co-host with me. Oh, there we go. Let's switch that. Excellent. And then I can push the button. Where is it? Oh, let's change that. Oh, it won't let me change it. Okay, I'm going to have to deal with that a little bit later. I can't change my current setup here while I'm live. Let's see if I can do that there. Nope. So, but do like and subscribe, share this out. Make sure you hit that bell so you can get notified for the 5 p.m. one as well. So I'm doing this one for the keynote and then back for 5 p.m. So we'll be doing 2 of these for you. All right, let's go back to some more comments as we wait. So good morning to Ellie. Nice to see you as well. We do not consent for vaccines. Yeah, a lot of people don't as well. That question came up yesterday, asking why they're still being available. The response from the cabinet was, we provide choice. I'd like to see choice available for all things like ivermectin and anything else. If you're going to offer the vaccine to people by choice, let anything be by choice then. Daryl has to get voted in. Yes, we're voting for Daryl Comic. There's a lot of support. And the other side's working really hard to try and get their people in. They even have people at the door handing out safe vote cards. We listed off all the current ones, really. And there was text messages going out. I got a few people sending them to me. It's kind of dirty, if you ask me, how they're trying to do that. But they do what they do, okay? But they're desperate. They're desperate because they know the support is strong for Daryl. When he gave his speech yesterday, the audience was clearly far more in favor of him than Rob Smith was. So we'll see. The vote's today, and I'll have the results for you at 5 o'clock. And then, hey, Jason, thanks, Phoebe. Nice to see you. Hope you're enjoying this episode. Do share it out, give a like, do that kind of good stuff for me. If you're not subscribed, do subscribe. Okay, glad to see what's going on at the AGM. Watching from Saskatchewan. Christopher, I saw you yesterday. Thanks a lot for your support. I really appreciate that. And I hope you enjoy this, the events here today. So I don't have the audio from the main stage. Okay, so I don't have that capability with me. And I did get a few people who asked me whether or not we're going to be able to do that. Unfortunately not. I'll keep trying. I don't know if that's going to be something I can get done for you. But I will give you the commentary. So you'll hear that. I don't know if there's other streams, other live streams, if you want to watch and listen closely to what's being said. But what I'll do is I'll comment on what's going on, what they're saying, what the audience is saying, especially the question and answer period. I'll bring that to you as well. Thank you very much, Jim. I really appreciate that. Hope you're having a great morning. And yeah, I love her too, San. She's pretty cool. She's a good wife. If you don't know if you have the best wife in the world, I can tell you right now, I have her. All right, I have her. So you probably maybe have the second best wife in the world. If you're ever wondering that, I can just prove to you, I got the best wife in the world. She's awesome. Dave, miss you. Debbie, so how long do you think that it'll be before her party makes her step down? It depends. Okay, so if there's an independence vote, a referendum, and it comes back as yes, and she's not strong and she doesn't take on that mandate, then they'll be very, very disappointed with her, and there'll be a leadership change, most likely, like Kenny did. But if there is a referendum vote and it comes back as yes, and she supports it, and she's just as strong on that mandate as she currently is on the one she has, then there'll be no reason to change her. She'd be a great transitional leader as long as she is just as strong on a new mandate as she is on the current mandate. We'll see, okay? But today isn't the day for that. Today is the board votes, and we'll see how that goes today. Good morning, Debbie. Nice to see you. Thanks a lot for hanging out on Facebook. Absolutely, Phoebe. Hit that like and solve climate change. Thank you very much, Phoebe. No land acknowledgements here, not from our show and not from the event itself. And we're closing in on the keynote as they're getting ready. All right. Weird. It didn't show as live. Well, it is live. Pretty sure. Pretty sure. And here comes Danielle's press secretary. There's going to be a scrum after this, which I'll be going to. Yeah. So I've been invited to that as well. So if you go ask her some questions and get some more answers.
Yeah. So speech, scrum up, back down for count.
Got it. How long's the scrum? 15 minutes or so? Okay. Fair enough. Thanks, Sam. All right, we're just getting the instructions. So when the speech is done, I'm going to leave, but I'll leave the stream going because then we can do the scrum for 15, 20 minutes, and then I'll be back for the accountability portion. So there's, as we just learned live, there's going to be a portion where I'll be, good morning, Mark, where I'll be away from the screen. I don't know. Maybe my counterpart can jump on for that 15 minutes to talk to you and do some chats with you. Padge, if you're listening, maybe consider doing that. We'll get you on here for a little bit here. Padge, there you go. Thank you very much for the LevineShow.com. And hey, look, if you want to jump in and click buttons, you can do that. But I can't change it over to the tea and coffee one. For some reason, I can't change it while we're live. All right, Debbie, I am here. Started watching yesterday. I have subscribed. Thank you very much, Debbie. Appreciate that. When you say you are here, do you mean in the audience itself? That'd be kind of cool. Come swing by. I got my book and my T-shirts out. If you want to grab one of those, we're doing that. And Padge, yeah, we did sell a couple already, so you should be pleased with that. Cover the gas money to get home. I love you, babe. Ivermectin over the counter. Yeah, why not? Why not? If you want choice, have full choice. All different choices. If you want to buy the COVID shot and take it, then in Alberta lets you, then okay. But let's have full choice, not just one side. All right, choice is always Coke or Pepsi. What about cola? What about the brands of cola? They're $1 now. All right, would like to hear more booze towards. Yeah, if you weren't here or weren't watching yesterday, twice. So in the morning, she got booze when she said United Canada, and then after Jeffrey Rath, she asked, "Do you want an independent Alberta in a United Canada?" And she got booze too. Hi, Kathy, good to see you. There's some good people here. Lots of familiar faces. Awesome, so excited. It is the people for sure, Sam. So I hope you're paying attention to what's going on here today. The keynote will start in about 3 minutes, and I'm going to do my best to relay it to you. And where does one get ivermectin? Some people say UFA is a place to get it, but I don't know where. I don't promote. I don't know where. But people have provided some options in Alberta. So thumbs up and share on Facebook. Yes, please do. Hi. Go ahead. Yeah, grab a card. How are you doing? We are streaming, just so you know. Yeah. Is that cool? But you're ready for the vote. Did you vote yet?
Yes.
You did? You got your vote in there? Okay, the results will be at 5 o'clock. Good morning. Nice to see you again. Yeah, we're nice. We're nice and live, but you can, don't worry. No, we're talking and hanging out. And the books and the T-shirts are available today too. Yeah, there you go, Padge. Yeah, no, I wrote that about bearing witness, which is exactly what we're doing here today, right? We're watching history and bearing witness. We're doing that as well. But how are you today? Oh, there's Mitch. Sylvester, come say hi. We're live on this camera. Yeah. Well, we got Mitch here. Are you going to be doing a question or anything today?
No, I'm not doing. I'm getting an award in 15 minutes.
You get an award?
Yeah, I'm the fundraiser, head fundraiser for the CA
For Bonnyville Cold Lake. Congratulations. You look great today. You got full of energy, right?
Oh, yeah.
What time did you leave last night?
I was in bed at 11:40.
Oh, good. Okay, you're rested. You're ready to go. Let's get those votes in, right, bud? Congratulations on the award. All right, so a fundraising award for Mitch Sylvester. You're here, folks. You're here first, folks. So good morning, everybody. There's a lot of people filling in. All right, so let's get back to some of these. So yes, of course, Barry, thumbs up, share on Facebook. Appreciate that a lot. If this is what happens in dictatorship, they cut your mic, your voice, and they silence you anyway. What a shame. They did do that yesterday to Jeff Rath. So obviously the audience was responding to his question in the positive, and they did cut his mic. That's unfortunate. I don't like to see that at all. They didn't cut the mics to anybody else that I saw, including the lady that said this room is full of racists. They didn't cut her mic. But look, Danielle and their team are here to hear from her party and the members, and they certainly heard from the members yesterday. And the cabinet, as they were on stage, they were a little surprised at the result. So I think they might be living in a bit of a bubble, and they don't think it's as strong as it is, but they heard yesterday loud and clear. It certainly is. So we are able to hear yesterday, and your commentary was awesome. Thank you very much, Ali. I'm a little bit closer now, so maybe you can pick up some more of the speech and that kind of stuff, but we'll see how that goes, all right? You need to keep, yes, absolutely, Phoebe. Yes, UCP in full power. There's no other path forward in Alberta, and it's stronger than ever. This is one of the first things we heard this morning as they're giving their financial results. The UCP party is one of the strongest parties in all of Canada, actually. And the top 3 political events in Canada are the UCP AGMs. Today is number 2, I believe, on the list. Last year was number 1. So there's a lot of strong support with the UCP membership, and that's not changing anytime soon. It is growing. Even groups like the APP say join the UCP, become a member, get involved in the voting, and we need to support it. I've seen some more familiar faces in the crowd. There's a lot of fans and people that watch the show here today. Okay, sorry, back there. Yes, for Alberta independence, Marvin. I think we're on our way. I think we're watching history unfold right before us here today. So stay tuned, for sure. Stay tuned. Is Jeffrey there now? I haven't seen Jeff yet, but I'm sure he is around. It's very hard to miss him. So when he's around on the main floor, you can see him, but I don't see him right now. But I'm sure he is. Mitch is here, and he's about to get an award. That's kind of cool. Climate change cannot be solved, but it will crush your dreams. Oh, I remember you from yesterday. Yeah, so you're doing a lot of stuff in our chat, and I'll just deal with that now. So good morning, Marvin. Thank you very much. Danielle said that we always have the carbon tax. Excuse me, folks. Excuse me, folks. That just came out of nowhere. Yeah, 2007, Alberta had the carbon tax. She was keep pointing to that in her press conference and her speeches. I don't think you need to bring it back, okay? Just because we had it doesn't mean we should get it back. Just one of the arguments that's been going around. But April 1st is when it's supposed to kick back in, and we'll see where we're at. Maybe there's a snap election. Maybe we give her a new mandate. Maybe that new mandate says, forget the MOU. Let's just head to independence. We got several months ahead of us, and let's see where we go. So let's go ahead and get ourselves ready. She should be taking stage shortly. Paula, great. Love you too, babe. Yeah, if you can just get yourself ready to take over for 10, 15 minutes, maybe 20, as I do the scrum with the premier and the press. And then I'll be back to finish up as we cover the accountability portion. That'd be great. Listening from Manitoba. Thank you for reporting. Beverly, so much. Thank you so much for being on as well. Arizona, Saskatchewan, Manitoba. Where else are you from? A lot of Alberta, I'm sure. Wendy, we posted the stream. Thank you very much, Wendy. Appreciate that. And we got Danielle said that we always had the carbon tax. My question is, well, did this tax work for us? And would it bring us here today? She thinks increasing this failed tax 6 times we're fixing. It's one of those things that nobody's really happy about. I don't even think she's happy about it. But in order to get Carney to the table, it's one of the things that's required. Again, I don't believe that that's necessarily an excuse. She certainly got booed over the MOU yesterday. I think she's heard it loud and clear. And even, oh, hello. How are you doing? You again. You'd like a book?
What do you need?
It's 40, but it's 40. I'm sorry. Yeah. Do you want to just put Audrey down? Okay. Thank you so much. There you go, Padge. One more book for you. It's normally her job, so I'll try and do double duty.
I mean, mostly they do crazy stuff for my desire. But yeah, similar thing, except then how good they actually have. Like,
there you are. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. You're the best. And
David,
it's really great for your support. I appreciate that a lot. Ellie, what's that?
David Beers.
You would want one as well?
One of them will like see a story my design. They will
We'll sign it for you. Thank you so much.
Oh, you do like a bucket?
Thank you. Praise you. And what would you like on it, Ellie? It's handy having everybody's name tags on. I'm a horrible speller.
I was just going to say it's a good thing you're not so good with names.
I'm horrible with names. You do watch the show. You do watch the show. If that's the only bad thing about me, then that's not so bad, right?
Paula.
Yeah, Paula, can you please translate? Can you pronounce it for me? That happens off the show too, just to be clear with you.
I mean to ask her what
Names are one of my strengths.
are they just trying to give you UCP?
Yeah, well, you got to go to the chat and just break it down for me so I can learn how to say it.
Get rid of the majority. Just take it.
But yeah, you're definitely a fan of the show if you know that.
Yeah,
Thank you so
I
much.
know
I
that.
appreciate that. Thanks for your time. Enjoy the rest of
I'm
this.
usually on locals.
On locals, excellent. So you're a supporter too, then.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you
That's
so
like
much.
the-
I really appreciate that. Do you want to say anything? The camera's here. If you want to say anything, no, that's fine. I don't blame you. It's a tough gig, I got to tell you. There we go. There's a local supporter hand, everybody. There's the hand right there. God bless you. Thank you so much for your time. And we'll see you around lunch, okay? All right. Thank you.
You're being
Appreciate it.
misrepresented.
Yeah, we definitely have a group of people that love the show, come support us. And yeah, a couple books sold there, Paula. So you should be happy. I can get home. I got gas money. All right, morning. Good morning to you. Kacho? Katocha? See, look, already messing up a name. They were not incorrect about that. Who cares? UCP base wanted to vote in 2016 if Danielle Smith tried. Roberta will rise up and take the wheel. Yeah, she knows that. That's how she became premier, right? So Jason Kenney did not work with his base, kind of turn on his base. The base go ahead and have a vote. That's how Danielle got in. So she's not, I would say, naive to exactly what her base wants or how the base will get it done. So she's fully aware. And she came to the APP hospitality suite yesterday. There's some conversations there. She's fully aware. She's fully aware. And Mitch is getting an award coming up soon, too. All politicians love taxes. You got to run the government somehow. Hey, you're back. Hi.
I wanted to thank
You know,
you
sort of like Alberta Alliance.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much. Yeah, that was a lot of work down in Lethbridge at the court. Yeah. Yeah, so Chris is out. Tony is, I understand he's trying to get a bail hearing and trying to get out. He's got a new lawyer, Brendan Miller. So he's a good lawyer. So we'll see where that goes. But that story's not over yet. They're going to be fighting for their lives back for quite some time. Yeah.
Probably not.
Yeah, Brendan Miller is now Tony's lawyer. Yeah, no, we're happy about that. He's got a lot of experience for sure. So we'll see where that goes. Stay tuned. We'll definitely keep any of those updates and bring them to you. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah, that happens a lot around here. The other media doesn't get that kind of attention, but yeah, and one of the media got mad at me. Are you going to be talking the whole time? Yeah, I'm reporting. All right. Kim, what about supplements? Yeah, this is a fight that Sean Buckley is working on because they're trying to come after natural options. He dropped off a petition, and it's a big fight. The government's going after that. Oh, look, Alex just jumped in. Yeah, babe, I don't know when it's going to happen, but it will happen at some point. And I don't have my headphones, so if you want to talk to me, I'm going to have to grab my headphones. So just hold on if you want to do that. You do have your camera on, so maybe you want to come jump on for a second. Hold on.
Some people are with Smith, though, I don't think it's proxy because there's no underlying, like, so you can't say she's contradicting her principles. Confirmed? Oh, right. I would, yeah.
All right. Getting set up. Thanks for hanging out with us, everybody. Good, you're good. Hi, Nathan. Nice to meet you. How are you doing? We are live, but all good. No, it's okay. It's okay. You don't have to run it. Okay, so head there and audio. All right, so Padge, if you want to jump on, you can jump on for a bit.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, husband.
Good morning. You missed me yet?
Yes, we do. I didn't catch the time. What time would you need me to cover for you for a bit?
Well, Danielle's going to do her keynote, and when that's done, then jump on. So just keep it in the background, listen.
What time, roughly, do you know? Because
well, she's supposed to be on stage already. So.
Oh, okay. So we got time because I'm taking the kids to the Christmas market soon. So I wanted to find out, when do you need me?
I don't know.
Okay.
And I don't know. And if you can't make it, you can't make it.
Yeah.
Because we'll just keep things running and the people can listen to what's going on.
Yeah, sure. But otherwise, yeah, everyone, thanks for being in the chat and tuning in. And
it's busy.
And I just finished watching yesterday's stream as well because I was away with the kids too. So I caught up yesterday. What turned to be like, I'm not sure how long I'm going to be doing this was 1 hour and 21 minutes. So well done.
Gotta wing it. F it. We're going live.
And yes, good morning to you, conservative gal 1968. Because I got the good morning wifey.
Yes, I was in the house yesterday and all revved up to be here with you all today. Debbie, thank you so much for coming back for that.
Cool.
And just to let everybody know, we'll be back at 5 p.m., 7 p.m. Eastern to do the results of the election of the board. And we're all hoping it's going to go good today. Definitely good paying attention to that.
Yeah, morning Marvin too. Good to see you as well, Carol.
Sam says, UFA, you need a farm number, sadly. Okay. I don't know how to get ivermectin. So I'm sure people in the chat can share any information on that.
Yeah, there are ways. There are ways. And hey, Prairie, great to see you too.
And Tina, thank you so much for giving us the play-by-play. The commentary, I had one reporter who's sitting at the table, masked up, and she was very adamant that I don't speak. She's moved. She's moved somewhere else now.
I beg your pardon.
I should just maybe cough in her general direction. But yeah, she's like, no, you shouldn't be talking. I'm like, well, I'm doing a live stream. Hey, brother, how you doing? It's Derek from Western Standard. Yeah, there's a lot of familiar faces here.
Yeah,
you can see.
I wouldn't say taken aback, but I was mildly impressed with the with some of the strong reactions that came from yesterday's presentations, from Danielle's comments to Jeffrey Rath's stance. So it was great to see.
Yeah, if there's any doubt that this is an independent crowd, that doubt is gone. This is definitely an independent crowd.
Yeah,
praying for the right choice to happen, says Simone. Yes, they're working hard to try and get these votes to go the other way. They're all over the place handing out cards. They're sending text messages, but people are ignoring it. They understand who they want to vote for. You can see by the buttons all over the place. And definitely, I'm expecting it's going to be either a very close one or we're going to get it. We'll see.
We'll see. But I'm going to go jump off now, finish up. But yeah, I'll have it playing in the background. And we're heading out maybe latest 11:30, latest quarter to 12.
Okay.
So, but I'll be around.
Sure, I'll text you if that helps you any. Maybe you just
that would.
Something.
I'll try. I may not be able to do much, but I'll try. It's going to be noisy, but we'll see. Everyone, but anyway, thanks for all the love. I appreciate it. Debbie, Barrett, thanks. He likes my accent too.
Yeah,
so,
it goes a long way. Like we did. We'll share the story again. We were giving birth to. You don't like me saying we were. You were giving birth to JJ.
Yes.
And the nurse said you have a lovely accent, and I reminded everybody in that room that's why we're here today.
And thank you, Rockin' Round 6965 for the new YouTube sub. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And yeah, give us a like, subscribe, share, whatever platform you're on. Give us a follow. All of the good stuff. It does help.
Yeah, it does. And like I said, you can become a free member on Locals, but if you want to see the extended version of our show, you can become a supporter, and that has a monthly or annual charge. It's up to you. There's lots of flexibility. But I'm going to go ahead and step away. I'll have it on in the background. Everyone have a fantastic day, and I'll probably see you later. So bye from me.
Bye, babe.
Bye.
So yes, for sure, Daryl for president. So Daryl Comic, if you're watching this and you're here, that's who we're looking for. There's a list. I can give you a bit of a list here of who we want to get in there, because these are all independence-minded. They're going to fight hard on the board to go ahead and get that done.
She didn't
Let me just back up here.
Maybe she did in 2014.
Try and get this for us.
2014 was really.
Who did I miss a call from? Oh, David Creighton. I wonder if he wants to jump on. All right, so Daryl Comic for president, VP fundraising Helen Holder, secretary Scott Payne, VP of communications Samantha Central. We want Al Beal, Northern Vicky Comic. Do we know that last name? Southern Jody Gateman, Calgary Irma Roberts, and Edmonton Richard Mallet. So those are the ones we're looking for. Let me just text.
Also, there's some.
That
Smith was considering joining the Alberta Party before.
Ladies and gentlemen, our security has stepped up, and we're getting people by the hundreds to actually clear
Okay, so there's a bit of a delay due to having to go through.
Almost immediately by the accountability session with both Mike Ellis and Joseph Scout. We will now move forward, however, with our strong and free awards. We want to let you know.
Yeah, so we're doing strong and free awards now.
Our lunch to be served for an extra half an hour.
All right, so lunch is not going to be interfered with. We'll be able to still get that. So this will be a little bit longer. Security has slowed down people getting in, so we're kind of adjusting it a little bit. But that's okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to respond to David Creighton to see if he wants to jump on.
So our first city,
They came out last year, but this year, it's just like memoir. I mean, I kind of.
Okay, so I just found out there's going to be no Source One show tonight. It's going to be moved to next week, but I'm doing my live coverage from here. So tune in back at 5 p.m. Mountain, 7 p.m. Eastern. I'll be doing a live coverage here, but there'll be no Source One episode tonight. Just got that word from Nico. All right. Trying to catch up on these messages. All right. Jason. So, yeah, we'll be talking to Jason next week on the show. I think it's Thursday. Jason Stephan is in MLA from the Red Deer area, Calgary area. We'll be having him on. Wendy says, what's the vote for? It's for the UCP board. It's the president, secretary, VP, representative, fundraising for the board. The Druthers newspaper had an ad of someone selling ivermectin. Check out Druthers. Maybe there's an option there for you. Will the people of Alberta now finally be heard? Alberta in 2026. I think we're going to get that vote. Make sure we get out there and vote and talk to your neighbors, your friends, your family, educate them. It's best that they understand how to get involved and participate. Cheryl Burtons will not be silenced. That's very true. Ruckin. Okay, funky names. And then that shouldn't happen. Free speech for the muting of the mic. Absolutely. Didn't go over well. Okay, so the first award we're talking about here. So that's Jason. He's going to be on the show on Thursday. He's announcing the first award. All right. Oh, looks like I was able to change.
Intellectual contribution and a true passion for advancing conservative values.
Okay.
Please welcome this year's Party Stalwart Award winner, Gord Paul.
Gord Paul. Receiving an award. Lots of cool people here. Music. All right, you got some rock music going. Yeah, we'll have the commentary over top of that. Our climate is driven by the sun. Correct, prairie. You got sunflowers. You know how this works. 100%. Mars, Venus, all the other planets in the solar system warm up at the same time. Carol, good morning. Nice to see you.
I'd like to introduce our next presenter, MLA from the North, the Northwest to be specific, as well as my colleague on the Provincial Board of Directors, MLA Ron Weed from Grand Tree, and none other than Brad LaForge, our Calgary Regional Director. Give it up for Brad and MLA Weed.
All right, next award coming up. Man of many talents, Marvin. I'm trying. Paula left me responsible for doing the books. Thanks for going live, Ralph. No problem. My pleasure. This is great, Padge and Jason. Yeah, I both for a moment there. Benita. Oh, Benita Peterson. Yeah. Yeah, we know Benita well. She's been on the show many times. Ooh, she's getting an award. Yeah, let's applaud Benita. I don't know if she knew that this was happening because I heard her screaming. Very happy. Yeah, Benita does a lot of work. She works hard. Full of energy. Seen her on the show. Full of energy. If you meet her in person, same thing. But Benita, that's pretty cool. All right, congratulations, Benita. She even shared the stream out yesterday. Probably shared this as well. But good job. She's a strong conservative supporter. She's been that way for a long time.
Acknowledge our local
No to digital ID for sure. Yeah.
There's no question about that.
And folks, I'm way behind on the comments, so apologies for you.
She doesn't take the same route, she takes the route of all of our members.
Who is Danielle going to
And now,
catch
folks,
today?
we actually want to
Don't know.
welcome a couple of folks who are part of Ron's colleagues in caucus, and that would be MLA colleagues Eric Bouchard and Nolan Dick, MLAs for County Rocky and Grand Prairie. Please give it up for MLA Dick and Bouchard.
All right, so Eric's taking the stage. Eric Bouchard, he was on the show a week or two ago. He'll be back again, I'm sure. One of the cool MLAs working hard to get truth out there. Morning.
Now for this year's outstanding Chief Financial Officer Award. David Coops has been the CFO at County Rocky for 2 years, overseeing 5,000 transactions per year. He takes on the challenge with gusto and pride.
Paula's looking great. She is, Carol. She's a great woman. Good morning, Paula from Marvin. Debbie crying is hilarious. It certainly is. I love her accent. Yeah, we do, Debbie. We love her accent for sure. Premier's address should have been by now, but it's going to be after these awards. It was taking some time getting everybody through security. So they're working through that, and there's a lot of people in line for voting as well. Oh, a new member. Thank you very much for joining. A YouTube member. Appreciate that. By the way, I just learned that Nickelback is Alberta. There we go. Playing some music there. LOL. Thank you very much, Conservative Gal. Be voting for Alberta independence ASAP. The federal government has nothing Alberta needs. That's a very common thing, Dan. Love to say that.
Once again, one of our MLAs, caucus colleague Scott Sear from Bonneville.
Ooh, Scott Sear from Bonneville. This might be Mitch. Scott Sear is going to be on the show in the future as well. This may be an award for good to see you there. Sorry I wasn't able to make it. We out, Alberta. Thanks, Freedom Honey. Mike, you're awesome. I'd like to see you again on the show, too. Yeah, here we go. Mitch Sylvester. I suspected. Yeah, he's getting quite the applause here. Mitch got a louder applause than Danielle Smith there. Okay.
The Bonneville event is a now must-attend event. Every
New sub here. Thank you, Jason Paula. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Way to go.
Is it will to cut the mic on Jeff? I hope not. That didn't go over well. All right, Mitch is taking the stage now. People are standing up. People are standing up. They love Mitch. Yeah, you can see it in the video. They love Mitch. More and more and more. Yeah, standing ovation for Mitch. People respect his work. He's the president of the CA for Bonneville Cold Lake, and just received an award for fundraising efforts. Good job. And you heard it here first. He came by to say hi.
Now, retired board secretary Val Hayes and MLA for Green Valley, Devon, Andrew Projecto.
Oh, Andrew, this is our guy.
Minister as of the last few months to come forward to announce the award for CA President of the Year.
Oh, that should be Mitch again, in my opinion. But we'll see who the CA President of the Year is. But Andrew, oh, so the Drayton Valley Devon CA President is getting the award. That's ours. You don't have to meet her and talk to her. So. Devon, Ontario, AB votes independence. I'm moving out there ASAP. Strange Brew, probably would just love it out here. It's a great place to be for sure. For sure. So we got Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Arizona. Let me know where you're at.
Composure. She created trust and purpose. Her leadership style was
Do you think someone will ask what time she thinks the pipeline will be built? 2040 is the commitment. It's not even a commitment. Remember, it's an MOU. If everything goes right, everybody agrees, things get done, and the federal government continues, maybe 2040. But we'll see. There should be some fiery questions, though. And I don't know if there's a question period here. We'll see. MOUs and nothing burger, false hopes and lies from the federal government. A lot of people feel that way. Absolutely. She believed yesterday when she brought it up. Sorry, Prairie. Yeah, no mashup with Nico tonight. It's going to be next week. He actually is not feeling well. He has an injury, and I'm not available tonight, so we're going to reschedule it to next week. So if you're looking for that mashup tonight, you'll see it next week. Got to win this vote, says Carol, for sure. The board vote and the independence vote. Got to work on that one for sure. All right. I will still vote for independence pipeline or not, for sure. Yeah. And if we have independence, that pipeline becomes far more probable because we won't have to go through the federal government at all. We just have to work with our neighbor to get it done. Oh, hello. Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. St. Paul, you follow me? Thank you for being here. Don't forget to vote. Oh, very good. Hi, nice to meet you, Dennis. Thank you for being here. It must drive the media crazy that keeps happening. But I don't care. Thanks very much for coming up and saying hi, everybody. It looks pretty empty in there. Well, what you have is the center. The sides are also full, filling up too. And it's filling in. The security here is tight. It takes a little time to get through. But this will fill up. There's more people coming. And there's also a lot of people voting right now. And that lineup is long as well. Lots of confidence when these attacks occur. Yep, Danielle's she's not being attacked, so she's not being attacked. She's hearing the voices of the members. The attacks come from the NDP side of things, okay, not inside the UCP. You can definitely hear them better than yesterday. Great, Debbie. Okay, great. So what I'll do is when there's some speeches and stuff, I'll be quiet. I am closer than I was yesterday. Carol, there's various awards. Fundraising, CA president, advocacy, other things. There's various awards. Anita does an amazing job. Yes, John. She is good. She's very strong. She's always out, always helping in some way. Putting on events, hosting events. I've seen even DJ. She's always out to do something. There are many reasons, Barry, for Alberta. You're not alone on that one. So this is a shared strength award, Lacombe Pinoca. I got it. So it looks like the entire CA board got that one. So let's see if David Creighton was trying to reach out for something. Take a look. So I might be able to get audio for the 5 p.m. thing. So I'm working with Max on that.
Once again, our retirement board secretary, Valerie Bates, is with the newest member of our UCP caucus, Taylor Sawyer, generally for the great constituency of Old Pittsburgh, Green Hills. Folks, please, to Emily Sawyer and Valerie. Give it up.
Hey, sorry. There's nothing to do. So he wants me to join. I'm doing a live, David.
And I'd like to ask their amazing city president, Trudy Morgan, to come. Volunteers door knock and engage with constituents year round, and host a very popular stand barbecue. This dedication, we know, will ensure the UCP takes back this right for 2027. Please put your hands together for this year's winner of the grassroots from the board and family.
Now, for the final report, special announcement, something that you folks are UCP members at our AGM last.
Okay, as you can see, it's filling in some more. This is the last award.
Please welcome to the stage.
And then right after that should be the keynote.
My provincial board colleagues, Chantel Leon, NLA for Chestermere Strathmore, Calgary Regional Director, Brad LaForge, and VP Communications, Samantha Steinke.
Okay. So this looks like the last award. Then we should have the keynote.
I'm so excited for the next few minutes. I'm going to begin to express the joy that I feel. It is my absolute pleasure to announce the inaugural recipients of our brand new Rising Star Youth Award. Yes, I can say recipients because there are more than one. For starters, we had more nominations for this award than for any other, and honestly, I'd love to award each one of them this award.
Carol, no, I didn't know Nickelback was from Hannah, Alberta. I learned that recently. Not a fan. I don't listen to a ton of music.
Our UCP is fortunate to have so many dedicated and passionate young supporters, which bodes very
Thank you,
well
Tasha, for coming back. It was great to have you here yesterday. If you enjoyed the episode again.
what young conservatives should aspire to be. They've given it their all, including dedicating countless hours to my colleagues, Miles McDougall, Emily for Calgary Fish Trees campaign during the last election. Through their podcasts, their outreach, they are making a real impact on this conservative youth movement. So thank you, Macy Madison.
Okay, I'm trying to keep up with messages and everything here. Love Mitch Perry. Yes, we do. We love Mitch as well. He's a great guy. Very good guy. Lori says she's on the other side of the county line from the Levine homestead. Lori, awesome. Come say hi one day. Maybe we'll go for a coffee.
Last year, our membership passed a governance motion challenging us to create a youth engagement committee. It's been a real honor to work very closely with Sam on this project.
Did I just see Derek from the Fringe? Yeah, he's around. Derek Smith is around. We saw him at the hospitality suites yesterday. He's going to be on the show Monday morning as we cover the events here today. Is the sound supposed to be this bad? I don't have a pipe to the sound right now. I'm going to try and work on that for this afternoon. But for this, sorry about this, what we got right now. Yes, absolutely. Glenn, spank that like button and share. Share. Thanks a lot for that. Martin, thank you so much. Hey, brother, wish you were here. But we'll be seeing you soon enough, I'm sure of it. What time does it start? Are you talking about Danielle? It should be anytime soon. And then I'll be back at 5 p.m. Mountain, 7 p.m. Eastern to cover the results of the board. So we'll be doing the Danielle Smith speech and then probably wrap up this portion. We'll see. Paula might also help keep the stream going while we go take care of some other things. I actually seen Paula in Breton one day and didn't want to go past her. Like a crazy fan. Lori, go ahead. She's very receptive. You can say hi. Breton, it's a stomping ground, as you know. And don't worry, we're used to it now. People come up and say hi all the time. So, Lori, if you see us around at Salt Pepper, Breton Family, the grocery store, the drugstore, the post office, don't worry. Come say hi. That's fine. And Paula, it's confirmed. Always come say hi. Absolutely. So this is the last award, and then we should be getting into the keynote. Yeah, and things are filling in just fine. Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if later YouTube is going to force me to take some of the music out. Sometimes that happens. But here comes Danielle.
Walking into the room of then energy.
It's about 30 minutes off schedule, but we'll get back on
She
schedule.
was in grade 9 and 15 years old. When you
A little
look
bit
at
of
that
history of Danielle.
committee on our stage, along with some of our fellow provincial board members, recognize that we may just be looking at a future MLA, a future council person, a future cabinet minister, and quite possibly.
Yeah, I hope Rath is back. I'm sure it's around somewhere. I don't know if he's going to take the mic again. He got the answer he was looking for.
Folks,
But
we
we'll
just
see.
want a few more folks to clear the line of security.
All right, so they're holding off a little bit just to get more people in because they're in security still.
Can't wait to get to speak to all of you.
Like you can't really see the sides. The sides are all full. The center fills up kind of last. It looks like. And there's also some more rows in front. It's pretty full in here. Filling up. Behind us, pretty full as well. There's certainly a lot more people than empty seats all around. Some good music, though. I remember growing up to this stuff, and some of you have as well. A little nostalgia going on. Okay, just trying to catch up on some text messages here. And we try and get the audio, so we have some time here. Okay, we'll see if maybe we can get this audio worked out. Max got some equipment. He might be able to help out. We'll try. Hi, how are you doing? So we'll see. Maybe we have a couple minutes. Maybe we can get this done pretty quick. You may have a microphone that I can use and tap into his system, and then we can get the audio in. We'll see. Folks. We're going to try. Can't make any guarantees. We're going to try hard. Is Ron Clark there? I haven't seen Ron Clark around at all. Don't know. Not even that far of a drive for him. He usually doesn't mind. I haven't seen him, though. So, Ron, if you're watching the stream and you are here, come by to the media table at the back of the floor. You can't miss us. 2 long black tables. Come say hi. I can't hear any music. Good. All right. So then neither can YouTube. So if you can't hear the music, then I won't have to remove it later. Is the APP working the room? The APP is the room, to be honest with you, Canada Unchained. After yesterday's cheer for Rath and then even today's cheer for Mitch, APP is the room. That's the way I would put that one. Don't have to do too much working. There's a lot of card-carrying APP members here. But yeah, they're around. So if you want to say hi to them, you can say hi to them. I saw Modry yesterday, Dr. Modry, and the whole team. There was a hospitality suite yesterday. And it was a pretty popular suite. And the premier herself came by and said hi. Watching from Old. Awesome. Thanks for being here from Alberta. Thank you, Sean Buckley. Thank you, Jason. Sean Buckley is an awesome guy. I may as well take the opportunity to let you all know. January 10th, Red Deer. I'm going to have Sean Buckley, Leighton Gray, Bruce Party, Bathsheba Vandenberg, and several other people joining us for a live event on stage as we talk about foundational truth and make sure that no matter what happens with the referendum or independence, we still have a strong path forward in order to make sure that whatever is going on, we're still fighting to make a prosperous future for us, our family, and many generations to come. January 10th, Red Deer. Here's Sam the man. That's the press secretary for Danielle Smith. So if you want to book her on your show, that's the guy you speak to. He's very, very nice. It's very easy to get hold of him. So if you want to get her on your show, and it's attainable, she does do it. There's a lot of younger faces here today, for sure. So I'm wondering if this whole thing will work. Hi, how you doing? Oh, 120 kilometers an hour for sure. Thanks, bud. I got a button. You're trying to change the speed limit to 120. So yeah, a lot of people are pushing various things. Nice to see you. I am. I'm online, but hello, nice to meet you. If you flip that, I don't know your name. Hi, Peggy. Got booed. They got booed. The MOU got booed. Yeah. Yeah. No, but I'm glad you're here. Today's the day to vote and get that in there. And did you do that yet?
Yes.
You did? Okay, very good. Well, there's a lot of good people here. Just pick somebody. Take care, Peggy. All right, cool. Watching from Vauxhall. I very much appreciate that, Mary. Thanks for being here. It's great. Barry says, I can't hear the music. I'm watching on TV and chatting on my cell. It's 2 thumbs up for you, Jason. Thank you very much, Barry. I appreciate that a lot. And yeah, a lot of people like to swing by and say hello. And Tom says he's watching from Mount Bridges, Ontario. Ontario, thanks a lot for being here. What do you guys think about Alberta's independence if we had that break? Are you worried? Are you happy? Maybe it'll happen for you. I doubt it. Ontarians call themselves Canadians. So they may just stick around and maybe there's the last one left. But Quebec, if you didn't see the poll recently, Parti Québécois is way in the lead. It looks like they're going to have a landslide victory. That's a separatist party for Quebec. The leader came out here to talk to Mitch and Jeff and Dr. Modry. That movement is very strong too. You could be argued it's stronger than here simply because at the end of the day, that's a party that's specifically focused on separation that looks like they're about to get into power. The UCP currently is not focused on separation. It may, after a referendum, focus on that, but the Parti Québécois is specifically about separation. So that would be a very interesting result. Their election is next year, and they promised a referendum very quickly. And frankly, the election itself is a referendum. If they get in power, they have a landslide victory, Quebec is going to start packing up. So we'll see how that goes. And we would recognize each other if there's independence happening on both provinces. So we'll see where that goes. But yeah, I just saw the poll yesterday. It's very strong, very strong. Watching from Swift Current, Saskatchewan, home of Chris Barber. I'm not sure, buddy, if you've run into him out there, but he was on the show just last week, and he's still fighting for his truck. So December 19th, we should be getting a decision out of Justice. What's her name now? Somebody will throw it in the chat. But the justice has to make the decision. December 19th. There's so many names in my head, and if you watch the show long enough, like the person who came and grabbed the book the other day, I'm bad with names. I'm really bad with names. All right, Central BC, nice to have you here. Oh, yes, Tasha, you've been hanging out for a while. I appreciate that a lot. Minus 25 for us this morning. Yes, it was. Oh, that's the wife. Yeah, we got to deal with the water. It froze. We still have some kinks to work out. And then Tom says, if you don't separate, Canada dies. Canada, as we know it, I think, is done. I think Preston Manning was correct when he said this election, if it's Carnea victory, Canada, as we know it, is done. Canada may have a couple provinces, even Saskatchewan starting to talk about it. Saskatchewan Prosperity Project. So that Swift Current buddy of ours, Bunny, make sure you go check that out. There's going to be town halls all over the place. Even Barbara spoke to one of them remotely because he's on house arrest. But check that out. They've already written their constitution in Quebec, Barry. Yep, they're ready to go. They're ready to go. Their biggest concern when they came out to Alberta was to make sure that we don't mess up day 2. So if the referendum comes back as a yes, what's the next steps? What would day 2 look like? So that's what they came to check out. And we'll see how it goes. I think we're going to get there in 2026. But as you can see now, even the center back is filling up here. So we're probably getting ready for Danielle to take the stage shortly. If the BC government squashes the pipeline, can Alberta then squash the carbon tax increase? Alberta can do whatever it wants, really, when it comes to that. It's now a provincial thing. So the answer is yes, they could. But BC's already squashed it. They're starting to talk about filing legal applications to stop it as well. Hi, George.
Brad?
Good to meet you.
Yeah,
How are you doing?
good to finally meet you.
Thank you very much.
Often listen to you.
Do you?
You know that Roy and I, Roy Bayer and I, were the two scoundrels that started taking back our freedoms when we went to Ottawa.
Oh, you scoundrels taking back our freedom, were you?
What's that?
I am live.
Oh,
Well, just if you don't want to say anything, you don't want to have live.
no
But,
problem.
yeah.
No,
But George, it's really awesome.
I started
to meet
watching you back in those days, and
Okay.
thank you for all that you did for the freedom movement and
you. Awesome. I appreciate that
wild
support.
days back then.
It was. We're not done. There's a lot of work to
We
get
had
done.
to Ottawa in early January.
Yeah.
You know, at that time.
Nothing says Canadian or Albertan than cold weather, and you're still out there doing it, right?
I often say I didn't leave Canada; it left us.
That's right.
It
Yeah.
really did.
Yeah. And if we weren't part of Canada today, would we join? No,
Not
a chance.
Not even a remote chance.
not a chance. Well, George, we'll see you around, all right?
Yeah,
See you around for dinner.
Thank you.
Thank you for your support.
And
Oh, boy, thank you so much.
mission critical.
I appreciate that. Hey, I am live, just so you know. Yeah. Good to see you again, too.
Any other hot things happening?
Well, the APP says stay tuned. Something's coming up.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all I know. There we go. Sorry, folks, if I know we're live. But here we go. Is now Daniel Smith is live, so it won't be long. Yeah, she's going to be on very soon here. Is Chris Barber's truck Big Red? Yes. Yes, that's Chris Barber and his truck. Government's trying to seize it and destroy it. They're not even going to auction it. They want to seize and destroy it. You're right, Jason. Our only hope is Alberta stands up and leads the way to independence. Alberta, Marvin. It's looking that way. I do not feel that it's fringe at all. We're not part of the small group. Not from the results yesterday. So we'll see where that goes. Martin sent me a text. So let's see what Paula wants. Martin. Yes, Martin, I am getting these messages. Yes. Just busy, buddy. So it's hard to keep up with the phone and the chats. Share, says Bunny. Thank you. Hope you feel better soon, Gail. Yes, we're all hoping. But yeah, share, says Bunny. Appreciate that a lot. And this is the start of the Wild Rose Conservative or rural over the urban split. There's a lot more support in the cities than people are giving them credit for. Okay. And there's a lot of silent support, just like Trump winning in 2016. A lot of people were not comfortable coming out and speaking about their choice. But when it came down to voting and putting their ballot choice down, they were strong there. So I suspect there's a lot of quiet, secret supporters because, quite frankly, why should we be spending so much with Ottawa? Why should they be so involved in what we do out here? Why should we allow the overreach to continue? We don't need to do that. We don't need to do that. And we also don't need to be going through Ottawa to be a good neighbor to other provinces. Hi, how are you doing? So look, we'd be great neighbors, I'm sure, even as a nation of Alberta. That's awesome. Okay, so Barry says that's awesome. We'll see how Quebec does it. And not even going to referendum route. Well, they probably will. They have to go through the referendum under the Clarity Act. But to me, the election itself is going to be the referendum. It'll be very clear how the referendum will go. I definitely think they're headed in that direction. So, suspect she'll be taking stage any moment now. But thanks for everybody who's hanging out in the chat. Sorry if I missed some of your chats. Quite a few. I'm trying to get through them all. Try to stay on top of the phone as well. And the last few people are pulling in as we speak. I'm getting tech tips from my good friend for audio. There's not much I can do today, right now. Maybe after the stream's done, I'll be teaming up with Max. He's got a soundboard and everything like that, and I might be able to get a lot better audio going. So hopefully, and that will be the board results. I'll bring to you at 5 p.m. But this is what we got now. Yeah. Like that old famous video. F it, we're going live. This is what you got. So thank you for being here. Appreciate it. But as you can see now,
there's just a couple more rows of seats, and people are filling in still. They're streaming in.
Let's see. For like,
Oh, yeah. Oh, you're cutting the music. So maybe we're going to have a welcome to the stage. And join the Smith Supporters Telegram channel. They're advertising the Telegram channel. It's about punishment. All they want to do with Big Red, just like the ostriches and the house done, all punishments kind of. Yeah, and I don't think they're going to be successful because, frankly, the ownership of Big Red is with his parents. That happened years ago. So seizing someone's property because they're related to somebody who the government doesn't like, that would be quite the precedence. I don't see that happening. But that's the situation they're arguing right now. The Crown wants to seize the truck even though it's owned by his parents and destroy it because they're not happy with him. So I don't think they're going to be successful. It's costing lots and lots of money, lots of time. So the process is the punishment on this one for sure. But we'll see. We're December 19th. Ruth, it's not Ruth. I got to look up her name. It's bugging me. It's at the tip of my tongue. There we go. Justice Perkins McVeigh. There we go. So her decision will come out the 19th of December. And we're also expecting out of Alberta, the Alberta Next Panel report to come out in December with their recommendations. Hey, how you doing? Good to see you guys. And we'll see where we're at. Danielle will be coming on the show in the next week or so. I got confirmation there. Just couldn't try and find time. It'd be great if she can come on the live morning show. Chat with Paula too, because Paula's not a fan. She really is not a fan. She wants some answers. She wants to know what the or else is. She wants to see her stand up strong. So maybe we'll have that for you one morning soon. We'll keep you posted on that. All right. Every province was mentioned to be independent of the federal government. Thanks, Squirrel. Yeah. Supposed to be Section 9192, jurisdiction to power separation. But the federal government overreaches all the time. And in fact, our Constitution protects the federal government from provincial overreach. There's a section in there for that. It's been used many times. Like when Alberta tried to do its own currency, they got stopped. You can't, as a province, overreach, but the same doesn't exist for the federal government to the province. So it's a lopsided constitution for sure. Thanks, Jason. We got here. This opens our eyes to what's going on in Canada. Thank you very much for your comment.
You can send anybody you want. You're so.
The VIP is open for you right now. VIP is open for you right now. There you go.
Thank you for saving the spot.
Yeah, I saved it for you right there with the Helen's cards on it. It's all yours. Jason, thank you for doing this live for us at home. Sabrina, thank you so much. I appreciate that too. You've been a follower and supporter for a long, long time, so I appreciate that. It's not going to be classified as a referendum. In my opinion, it's a referendum for separation, but there's going to be an official referendum with a clear question. Remember, Quebec had like a paragraph-long question. There'll be a clear question. What I meant by that, Barry, is if it's a landslide victory for the party, that's basically the referendum. So you can expect a referendum will have a similar result as well. So we'll be keeping a close eye on that because their promise to Quebec is, if you vote us in, we'll bring the referendum that's under the Clarity Act forward. So there'll be the election, and then shortly after that, you're going to see them go back to the polls to do the referendum. But to me, in my mind, if there's strong support for the election, that's basically Quebec saying we're ready to do this. So that's what I meant by that. Canada is more communist every day. Yeah, every day. And by the way, Carney is in a lot of trouble with his supporters. He's basically turned his back on some of the green portion of his supporters. They don't like what he did with his MOU. But as we all know, Carney is more focused on his Brookfield investment returns. And maybe he's just a banker, like we warned you. So if you're in the Liberal Party, maybe he's always just been a banker and you're just learning that too. I started GoFundMe to buy Barbara's Big Red. Sorry, Jim, it's not going to be auction. It's not the option. They're trying to destroy it. And he can't transfer the ownership at this stage because it's tied up with the court. But it's not with him anyway. It's with his parents. But they can't transfer ownership. There's a freeze on that right now. So even if he wanted to sell it, he can't. And he's just going to fight for it. He's just going to keep fighting for it. Good morning to Camilla. Nice to see you here. Thank you very much. Yes, Ali, there's a lot happening in December. So stay tuned to this show as well. We'll be keeping you up to date on all that. All right. Smith party interview would be great. That would be cool. I'm still trying to get Danielle Smith to our January 10th event. Right now, it's not in her calendar because she may be taking some time off. It's been a busy year for her. But if she isn't taking time off, we might be able to get her at that. That's not even MOU level at that stage. That is, I'm talking to her press secretary about it. So stay tuned for that. But Bruce Party is going to be the keynote speaker. Leighton Gray. We've got Sean Buckley and Teresa Buckley. We've got Bathsheba Vandenberg and others will be joining us. So stay tuned for that. There'll be a live event in Red Deer. And get your tickets. Will be tickets. We got to fly people in. Mia Hughes is coming in from Ottawa to talk about the gender ideology craziness. So yeah, we have expenses, the venue and stuff like that. So we'll be charging $20 a ticket, and then $50 if you want to reserve seat for the entire day. But really expect to be a good event. And if you want to be a vendor or have a table like that, you can reach out to us. Just go to our website, fill out the comment section at the bottom of the page if you want to get involved. And we'll make sure we get back to you. We just want to make more live events for Alberta and bring fabulous speakers to you, like Bruce Party, Mia Hughes, Leighton Gray, the Buckleys. Oh, look at that. I got somebody pushing buttons. Want to become a supporter of the Levine Show? Go to thelevineshow.com. Thank you very much, Pat. Just appreciate that. And 86 says it's time. Third time's a charm for Quebec. Could be. And they built support each time. So now they just got to get over that last little hump and they'll be there. But the support is strong right now. They won the last two by-elections. The Parti Québécois surprised everybody that they did that. And now they're way ahead in the polls. So it looks like Quebec is taking the next step for sure. Good morning, freedom fighters from Red Deer. Swanee Dog, stay tuned to thelevineshow.com. We'll be posting on there soon enough the tickets to the Red Deer event. I'd love to see you there. Sounds like Carney is stringing her along. Look, it wasn't a good day for Carney either. We lost some support with the Liberals. Stephen Gobert stepped down from the cabinet. And I think he's more focused on his banking buddies than anything else. He's not focused on the Liberal Party, even trying to keep it together. So this might actually be a good thing for Pierre Poilievre longer term, if that's who you want to see as our next Prime Minister. Stay tuned. It's quite the time to be in Canada for politics. For sure. Yep, Calgary is chilly too, but the sun is bright. Can't wait to hear the speech. Enjoy your day. Yeah, me too. So see if Max is going to try to make his way down. Don't have a text back from him. Okay, so we're going to do our best. What I'll do is I'll be silent during the speech. Hopefully you can catch some of it. But apologies. And if there's another stream that has this speech, don't worry, you can open up in another window and listen to it there, and then come back and hang out with us. I think that the MOU is going to push Alberta closer towards independence. Debbie, 100%. 100%. 110%. Yeah, it did. They were hoping it would actually quash it, take some wind out of the sails. It didn't. It did the opposite. Because it's not even on the major projects list. The 9 bad laws are still in place right now. They have not been revoked or repealed or changed. They're supposed to if all of these things happen on the MOU side, which means Alberta has to get BC on board, First Nations, BC, and Alberta have to find a private investor to cover the cost. Hi, thank you very much. Appreciate that. And yeah, there's a lot of things that Alberta would have to accomplish before that's even on the table. So, and if we're going to have to do all that work, why don't we do that as an independent? Why do we even care about carbon tax, carbon capture? It doesn't work. Saskatchewan proved that. Even Rachel Gilmore said carbon capture doesn't work. So, no, we know the truth here. We don't need to be under the federal government in order to get that project done. especially if we have to do all the heavy lifting anyway. Let's do that as an independent Alberta. Carney is not a banker; he's an investment scammer. Jay, yep, okay, he's actually a globalist, and to be very clear, he's the globalist. So he's not even a globalist; he's the globalist. He's the one that was pulling strings on Trudeau, brought forward all those measures that we saw with the invocation of the Emergencies Act. So yeah, he's the globalist. So he's not even a banker; he's a globalist. Okay, I use Moose on the Loose for investment advice. All right, Free West, Moose on the Loose. I don't know if he's here or not. I've met so many people, and a lot of times you don't even recognize them until they introduce themselves or you see their name, because everybody looks a little bit different. Yeah, there's a lot of fans here today. I really appreciate that. Thanks, everybody. The last Quebec referendum was 95. If we don't get this right, it'll be 30 years before we get another chance. Squeaky wheel. I think Quebec's going to be ready. I think so. I think they're going to be ready. Danielle needs to do a public apology for acting like a Liberal NDP and cutting the mic on Jeff Rass, entering the voter at the UCP member. Jason, that's not a cool thing for them to do. No, not at all. I don't think she personally cut the mic. I don't know if she signaled to cut the mic. I don't know what happened there. But yeah, I'm not a fan of that either. We should be open to having conversations and even hearing something we're not fans of, but we'll see. Sean Buckley is awesome. He certainly is. So is Teresa Buckley. She'll be doing the closing prayer for the event in Red Deer. So do come and check that out for us. All right. And by the way, I'm going to get that event up for Monday because I did confirm everybody now. So we do have the full slate. And if Danielle Smith is able to come, we'll just add her to it. But I do have a full slate. There's 7 speakers. Bruce Party is a keynote. So I'll post that on Monday. You go ahead and get yourself ready. It'll be a busy Monday for me. Who's the strongest contender to take over as new UCP leader? Rage, I don't know. I don't think that person would put their heads up right now. One thing at a time. There needs to be a leadership review. Once the leadership review is done, if it's clear the membership doesn't want Danielle anymore, then there'll be a leadership race, and that's where we'll see people come forward. So, and I don't know. Nobody's talking about it like that at this stage. But it would be, an MLA, maybe a election, by-election or something. So Debbie says, I am so happy that I found you. Surfing YouTube paid off. Debbie, we love you too. Now you're part of the Levine Show family. Appreciate that. If you want to help us out, you can go to thelevineshow.com, become a member. And what we do there is we do extended episodes every morning with Paula and myself. So we'll get the full public one, plus you get an extended episode if that's of interest to you. We got lots of Debbie's. Good morning from Red Deer. Cheers. Debbie, hope I can see you at the live event coming up. It'll be great to see you there. And then Jay, I agree both. I worry about Moose too, Dave. So Barry is supporting. We're talking about Moose on the Loose, it looks like. The Libs are self-absorbed in breaking up the country. If Alberta pays 1 penny more towards Eastern interests. It's quite the time to be alive. What is Canada going to look like over the next few months? Next couple of years? Saskatchewan's talking about it. Northern BC's talking about it. Yukon seems to be going in their own direction. Quebec, definitely. Alberta may be leading the pack on this. We may be seeing the end of the Canada that a lot of us grew up in. Used to be part of censorship of silent members of voters. Sorry about that, Jason. Yeah, it's not fun. It's not fun. They didn't censor anybody else that I heard, even a lady who went up and said the UCP party is not diverse enough and it's full of racists. Even she was able to get her comment in. And yeah, so yeah, it's disappointed they did that to Jeffrey Rath, but hopefully they don't do it again. Okay, if somebody goes up there and says something you don't like, hopefully they just take a listen, but we'll see. Companies don't want to deal with Canada. They want to deal with Alberta. Ali, absolutely. So one of the things about that MOU is Alberta needs to find an investor or investors, a group, to pay for the pipeline. And I don't see anybody coming up and saying, I'm going to secure my capital with that project when there's so much uncertainty going on. I doubt it. Investors like certainty. They don't like to take high risk, especially when you're talking about billions. So I don't even think that part of the MOU is achievable. I think that Carney knows that, being the globalist that he is, being in the banking industry. He's actually written in his book how they're using the levers of interest and returns to discourage investment oil projects. And he knows the temperature of the investors globally. I think that's kind of why he made that a requirement, because he knows it's not going to be achievable. I think he set Danielle up with something that she'll never be able to do. And who knows, maybe she knows that. And the failure on that side of things might be enough to get more people to move. But look, I think the referendum is our next step. We'll focus on the referendum. People get out to vote, and let's get a solid result on that one as well. I think that's our next step. And Carney's wife is involved in all this. Yeah, they started scrubbing a website that she used to be on as well. So they're trying to clear up her history. It's very Orwellian 1984 when you change history, change websites, delete things. Yeah, she's absolutely involved in a lot of stuff. Trees are the best carbon capture, and it's free. Absolutely. Canada is one of the countries that's full of carbon capture already. Carbon is plant food. We need it for them to grow and do well. But look, we're almost there, I think. We're about an hour off schedule, so I'm going to keep going. I'm going to have to drink some water soon here. Saskatchewan's on the same path, Michelle. You're absolutely right. Saskatchewan Prosperity Project has spun up and it's going. So go to one of the town halls. And if you maybe host an event or something, reach out to them for that as well.
And does a scrum. And she comes back.
Oh, right.
On stage Q&A with the audience.
Debbie with the obvious statement of the day. Yes, Carney is an arrogant, condescending, smug little man syndrome criminal. For sure. And he looks like Mr. Burns. There was a picture recently of him in the parliament, and he's got the same setup as Mr. Burns. He looks exactly like Mr. Burns. And yeah, he's very smug. So smug that he's even turning his back on the party that put him in power. So we'll see where this goes. I'm missing the UCP AGM, stuck in Red Deer. Car broke down, watching from my phone. Not a happy camper right now. Thank you, James, for the stream. Marianne, I hope that works out for you. I hope you can still get here. You're only about 2 hours away. Voting ends at 2 o'clock, so you still have some time. But I'm sorry about your car. If anybody can help Marianne, get her up here. Maybe we'll see you a little bit later. But appreciate you watching from the phone. And stay warm. It's kind of cold out there. Okay.
We love Canada.
Padge, thanks. For Padge, thanks. So happy I found you all yesterday. Debbie, you're a part of the family now. We don't do Christmas cards, but we'd love to see you hang out. What's amazing is none of what Moose information and finding is ever seen on CBC or mainstream media. Mainstream media in Canada is the only liberal side. It's embarrassing for sure, Jay. They are state media by all definitions. They take money, they take direction. They do not carry all the stories. They don't bring forward the truth. They're a narrative driver. Watch my episode from Friday with Rodney Palmer, who used to work with CBC and CTV. It's an extended episode, like almost 50 minutes on that interview, where he laid out exactly what he's recognizing that's happening here in Canada. Same thing that happens in other dictatorships. For example, every morning they say what the Prime Minister is doing. So our Prime Minister, Mark Carney, is, and then they will talk about something, even if it's not newsworthy. This is part of the psychological techniques in order to make sure that people keep him in mind at all the time, and everything he does is super important. This is what they do in dictatorships as well, in the state media. Absolutely, Barry. We don't need to jump hoops for nothing when we can deal with our own business. That's right. That MOU, if you go through it, everything under the federal government would be gone under an independent Alberta. We wouldn't need to do that. And then several of the commitments that Alberta's made will be gone. We don't have to do that as well. And we just get straight to business. I think we'd be far more successful that way. And that could be on the horizon. And there's lots of options. There's lots of options. And if BC doesn't want to cooperate, we can go through Washington, just like Saskatchewan did with their potash. They're now working with Washington State in order to do their potash exports. And BC's pissed about that one. EB came out, he's really upset about that. But there you go. Look, just go south a bit and then head due west, and we can hit the ocean and enter Asian markets that way for sure. Danielle setting the Sovereignty Party up for success. There's no way she is that stupid. Dog, I do think you might be pleasantly surprised. If she's standing this strong in her current mandate, which isn't popular anymore, But then when she gets a new mandate and stays as strong in that new mandate, we're going to get what you're looking for. So that's where I'm going to keep hanging my hat until I have evidence otherwise. For example, if the referendum comes back as a yes and she's not strong, she will be replaced. This is a party that will replace the leader when they're not doing what the mandate says they need to do, as you saw with Kenny. So don't worry too much. If Danielle's not going to step up to the plate, if the mandate changes, someone else will. But I do think she will. She said exactly that just a few days ago. That give her a new mandate and she'll bring it forward. So we'll see where that goes. Okay. Is she on stage yet? Nope, not yet. Not yet. But this is almost full. So I think they're trying to get people through security. It's an hour past the schedule. Michelle's asking, tune in late. What's your event in Red Deer? This is going to be with Bruce Party. He's going to fly in and have a conversation with us. He's our keynote speaker. Leighton Gray. We also have Bathsheba Vandenberg, Sean Buckley, Teresa Buckley, John Carpe, who's likely going to be joining us as well. I'll be posting this on Monday, so make sure you stay tuned to my X, my Facebook, the website itself, and then you'll be able to get yourself some tickets. A lot of people are looking forward to this because we want to have conversations with Bruce. And Mia Hughes is coming as well out of Ottawa. She's going to talk to us about the gender truth, how that whole thing got twisted and changed. Hi, Clayton. How are you doing? I love your hat. Yeah, it's going to be a great event. So put in your calendar, January 10th. It's going to be probably doors open at 1 o'clock. We'll wrap up around 6, and it'll be a great day. So put that into your calendar. It's scary what's happening in Canada. Darlene, I think at the end of the day, you're going to be pretty pleased. Canada's broken, and one way to fix it might be to see a lot of republics come together and work together. We don't need a new federal system, but we can be a bunch of republics that work together. I'd like to see something like that. We don't need a united Republic of Canada, but we can have a lot of republics that work together. I would like to see that. Independent Alberta can be very persuasive if, say, a gas line to BC gets turned down or off. Barry, there's a lot of negotiation on the table, too, if Alberta's independent. For example, there's a lot of trade that happens through Alberta from the west and the east. So there'll be some negotiations there. Absolutely, I think there'll be a lot more cooperation if Alberta's independent and we don't have to go through the federal government. I think you'll see a lot more cooperation, especially if we're recognized by the U.S. and then we can also work with the U.S. for trade. I think a lot of places would be quite motivated to work friendly with Alberta. Jason's agreeing with a bunch of things. Yes. And Jason, I don't like when they cut off mics. It's not fun. It's not something we should be doing. And maybe somebody got the memo. That was the one time that I heard it happen. So maybe it won't happen again. But APP says it's going to be an exciting afternoon, so stay tuned. Thanks for helping me subscribe yesterday. Debbie, thank you so much. I really appreciate you being a supporter and subscribing. And I met so many people, even just before taking this live. They're hanging out in line, having coffee. Even one young lady came, here comes Max. Maybe we'll see if we can get some audio going. So just hang on a second, folks, as I talk. So just give me a second. We'll go talk to Max. All right, so we might be able to get the mic stuff going. He's going to test out and make sure we're getting a feed from the stage. So we may be able to do this, get this done for you folks. So stand by. Thanks so much, Max.
Okay, so just bear with me. Okay, there's nothing going on. Padge, are you there? If you're there, come and hang out for a bit as we work on this audio. Okay, folks, I'm going to try and get Padge. Thank you. Bye. All right, Padge is going to come join you for a bit, folks, do some chats with you, and we're going to try and get this audio going.
I don't think they're feeding them yet. I think they're talking. Okay, so hang out with me for a bit. And once it starts talking, and then I have an XLR here, there.
So you're gonna see on the.
But can we help this up to here now? Get that part working?
I don't think that next one. I'll get that one first to get the box there.
Hi there, folks. I'm just going to take Jason off the screen for a second. He can go sort himself out. Thank you so much for joining us. We really do appreciate it. And as Jason is trying to give you like step by step when it comes to what is going on with the event. So we're grateful. And again, an hour late, we're waiting for Danielle Smith to appear and give her speech, and let's hear what she has to say. I think there's going to be a lot of feedback from her with regards to the response she's gotten from the MOU, the response she's gotten from just being in the room itself from yesterday. So I'm very curious as well to be seeing what, if at all, she's altered her speech from what was going to be spoken about with regards to saying how great the MOU was signing with Carney. So I'm just going to go through some of the chats here. Hi, Carmela. I might as well pop that on. Hi, great to see you guys. And thanks again for everyone who just gives us the little shout outs whenever we're on. We appreciate it. So hold on, I'll see. Never before has the rest of the country been able to watch history being made live. Thank you and your hard work, Jason. Yeah. This is not, for those who have been watching us for a while or watching Jason for a while, this was not something that we really intended on doing with our lives. But we've really felt the movement with the convoy to try and make change, not only for ourselves, but for our boys as well. We feel that it was really important to be doing that. And so, yes, he's been putting on his journalist, reporter, communicator hat on and taken off his, I guess, his tech hat, which is what Jason used to do beforehand. I'm just going to add this up here. So Debbie, thank you. I've been watching you both in the replay for a while. I've been home recovering from surgery. I hope you recover soon. And being able to watch the lives in real time. I've been able to become a supporter. Yes, I saw that. Thank you very much, Debbie. I enjoy watching Jason and Nico as well. You do quite a bit of homework and provide facts with engaging conversations. Some great laughs as well. Thank you thank you for welcoming. You are, of course, always very welcome. And yeah, the mashup every 2 weeks with Nico Lagan, who is, as he puts it, he's a Quebecer, has been really, really great because they're not necessarily the yin and yang of them all, because they're on the same page, but Nico's a little bit more verbally verbose. He's more vocal with certain subjects than Jason. But I've really been enjoying the mashup as well, so I'm glad you have been doing too. Darlene, much appreciated that this is live. Yeah, I mean, you would think that it would be, you wouldn't need like alternative media to be putting this up live for the public, but well, there you go, it is. And then yes, Marvin, next week, Jason, Monday we'll be posting the info. There's going to be a lot of breakdown, I think, of the beginning of the week, Monday and Tuesday from Jason, not only with Jason, but Jason with Nico, and I believe Jason with the Fringe as well. They're going to be trying to do something on Monday to give everyone a breakdown who wasn't even able to catch the lives, to be checking it out and get a good summary of how this weekend went at the UCP AGM. Yes, completely agree. we are Alberta proud, completely. And for those of you who don't know, I am an immigrant to Canada, and we my oh, there he goes. Hello, love.
Making life more affordable.
Can you hear them talking on stage right now?
She always puts Albertans first.
There's a little bit of a feedback, but it's there.
My boss, but also a good friend, a strong mentor, and a great
you should be good on this.
Like an echo.
Our UCP leader, Danielle Smith.
Okay, so can you hear me as well?
Volunteerism and your prayers.
Max
Would
is
not win this battle for Alberta without you.
You're saying this is too loud.
Everything about it, my friends, is exactly what we're doing. Just look at how far we've come in only 2 years. When I was chosen by you to be a leader of this party, and then afterwards
Okay, how's it now?
elected premier by Albertans, our province was in the midst of a tumultuous political storm that threatened Alberta's very economic and social fabric. At that time, the federal NDP Liberal coalition government in Ottawa, led by then Prime Minister Justin Trudeau,
I hear you. I hear you.
Oh, I do.
and his friend
NDP leader
How's
Jagmeet
that?
Singh,
Just wait.
they were doing everything they possibly could to choke off and ultimately
great. And
destroy
me on my
our
microphone.
province's
Can you
energy and agricultural sectors. Think about that. Literally the first and second largest parts
Well, I'm
of our
talking on the
economy
microphone.
were under attack by our very own federal government. They were attempting to take control of multiple areas of provincial jurisdiction: energy, health, education, childcare, you name it. They wanted control over all of it. They even went so far as to impose their net zero power regulations on us that threatened the very integrity of the electricity grid that Albertans rely on to keep our families safe and warm on cold Alberta nights. They placed a production cap on our most valuable strategic asset, the Alberta oil sands, and along with it, an effective moratorium on the pipelines and oil tankers needed to take that oil to markets around the world. It seemed as though the entire world was against us. Those were indeed dark, dark times. Those are times Albertans will not soon forget in our collective memories. But in those difficult circumstances, Albertans came together, as we always do. Together, we raised our voices and worked relentlessly to fight and to find a way to overcome this threat. And amazingly, we began winning those fights. We fought and won in the courts of law. We fought and won in the court of public opinion. And we fought against and continue to fight every person or initiative that seeks to destroy our economy and future prosperity. And look at the results. Together, we have stopped and driven back the extreme anti-energy movement in our country. We have helped to turn the tide of national public opinion from being anti-oil and gas into a countrywide consensus that Alberta's energy resources are a national treasure that can and must be developed.
All right, so it sounds like we got the audio all worked out. So
Those who had
enjoy, folks.
opposed us, including the former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and his governing partner, the former federal NDP leader Jagmeet Singh, along with so many others who sought Alberta's economic demise, they've seen their political careers come to an abrupt and dramatic end. Including, I would add, former Trudeau Environment Minister Stephen Guilbeault. He, of course, resigned from cabinet on Thursday after the announcement of the new energy deal that repealed several of the anti-Alberta laws that he created. On behalf of all Albertans, Monsieur Guilbeault, we bid you adieu. And that's right. Just 48 hours ago, I had the opportunity to sign a monumental energy agreement for our province with Ottawa that will enable Alberta to double our oil production by 2035, build millions of barrels of new pipeline capacity, and unlock billions of investment in AI data centers powered by clean Alberta natural gas. And this complete turnaround of Canadian policy direction and public opinion was unthinkable just a few short years ago. No one thought it was possible. No one except right here in Alberta, where we know that all things are indeed possible. Now, Alberta is winning, and we will continue to win this battle for freedom and provincial rights because we are on the right side of history, and Albertans will not be denied our right to a prosperous future. Now, I know full well that so many of you here today have been justifiably, like me, frustrated and angry with Ottawa. I get it. I get it. Trust me. I get it. I hear you. We have been abused and taken for granted repeatedly over the past decades. But my friends, let's not throw in the towel and give up on our country just as the battle has turned in our favor and victory is in sight. Not when our fellow Canadians, even those that may support differing political parties, are nonetheless supporting Alberta's vision for a prosperous, energy-rich nation with strong and sovereign provinces, building a Canada we can be proud of again. Now is not the time to give up the fight. Now is the time to double down and fight for both our province and our country, because we Albertans are indeed the proudest of Canadians, and we don't fight for the sake of fighting. We don't look for conflict when there is an opportunity for freedom and peace and prosperity with our fellow Canadians. That is all we've ever wanted: freedom and peace and prosperity. Because Albertans are happiest when we are hard at work getting things done, solving problems, serving our communities, creating and innovating. That is when we are truly at our best. We want to lead this country towards a better and brighter future because we take great pride in that as a province. All we need is a government in Ottawa to get out of the way and let us turn Canada into a thriving energy superpower with Alberta leading the way. And this new Alberta-Ottawa Energy Agreement is a first step in trying to accomplish exactly that. So let's take the win and charge full steam ahead, because this agreement means the end of the punitive oil and gas emissions cap, so our great energy producers can grow and thrive again. This agreement, yes. This agreement means the immediate suspension of the federal net zero power regulations in Alberta, which will stabilize our power grid. Yep. Throw open the doors for massive investments into AI data centers. And this agreement includes a clear path to the construction of a 1 million barrel per day bitumen pipeline to Asian markets, so that our province and our country are no longer dependent on just one customer to buy our most valuable resource. This agreement also allows for needed exemptions to the oil tanker ban, an overhaul of the No New Pipeline Law, C-69, and ensuring our energy companies are able to advertise their environmental leadership and efforts without fear of penalty. And this agreement also means that Alberta can show the entire world that the solution to our environmental challenges does not entail capping productivity and growth in the oil and gas development. Rather, it is to leverage the profitability of a strong oil and gas sector to invest in the very technologies that will solve the environmental challenges that we face. Now, my friends, I am under no illusions. This agreement is just the first step in this journey. There is much hard work ahead of us, and the federal government must earn back the trust of Albertans as we move through the next stages of this process. After all, the people of Alberta have, of course, had the rug pulled out from under them too many times to count over the past 10 years. So I will take the advice of a great US President, Ronald Reagan, who said when dealing with a former adversary, trust but verify. And on behalf of Albertans, I will be verifying and holding Ottawa accountable, as you know, every step of the way. You can absolutely count on that. But a new relationship and a new beginning needs a starting point, and this agreement, I hope, is that starting point. So I invite each of you today to join me on this journey. Let's lower our fists and instead roll up our sleeves and get to work on making our province and our people more prosperous than ever before, because we have many other critically important challenges to overcome, especially in dealing with the pressures brought on by our own success. This is not the NDP's Alberta, where people and businesses were fleeing the reckless policies of the socialists that ran roughshod over our province for 4 destructive years. The fact is, from the election of the UCP in 2019 until now, Alberta, despite all of the roadblocks thrown in our way by Ottawa, has still managed to become once again the fastest growing province in Canada, and by a long shot. Yeah. The Alberta advantage is back, and all of Canada and the world has noticed and wants to be a part of it. And let there be no doubt about how important immigration and interprovincial migration have been to our previous success. New Albertans from other provinces and countries have been essential to our economic prosperity and rich culture for over 100 years. Alberta has had a history of healthy levels of primarily economic immigrants able to easily integrate into Alberta's economy and culture. But that was upended by the last 10 years of what was effectively an open borders policy by Ottawa. And Albertans of all ages, ethnicities, and immigration history have had quite enough. We need an immigration policy that puts Albertans first. And that is why our government will be taking primary control over our immigration system in the coming months and years ahead. Using our constitutionally protected provincial rights, Alberta will return to a more stable number of primarily economic migrants so that newcomers come here to work and contribute as they have historically done, while Canadian citizens living in Alberta are given first priority to the jobs and the opportunities our economy creates. We will restore the proper balance and ensure that our immigration system becomes a strength to our province again. And although right-sizing Alberta's growth rate is critical, our province cannot afford to delay on making the investments in education and health and other infrastructure needed to catch up with the growth that's already occurred. That's why our government is investing $8.6 billion to open up thousands of new school spaces across the province over the coming years. That's why we will be hiring 3,000 new teachers over the next 3 years, along with at least 1,500 more education assistants. And importantly, we are going to tackle head-on the issue of complexity in our classrooms. We cannot compromise the education And this is why our government, led by one of our best and most effective ministers, Dimitrios Nikolaides, he's taken a hands-on approach to ensuring the new teachers and EAs we are hiring are placed where they are needed most, whether that be in regular classrooms or special classrooms suited for children with complex needs. And because I see the NDP and their union allies are now organizing against parental choice in education, let me be very clear. Government will continue to support and protect all options parents enjoy in the education system. That includes public and Catholic and charter and independent and homeschooling, because unlike the NDP and their allies, we in the UCP know and believe that parental choice in education is of paramount importance, and that is not going to change so long as the UCP is in government. And just as we are taking action to strengthen and protect our education system, our government is accelerating desperately needed healthcare reforms. For far too long, politicians across the country have neglected the growing crisis in our provincial public health systems. Canada's healthcare systems, quite frankly, are broken. They are administered by bloated and bureaucratic monstrosities that are often concerned more with centralizing power and control and money rather than with empowering frontline staff and healing patients. Our country has one of the most ineffective health systems in the industrial world. It is a national embarrassment with tragic and life-shortening consequences. We have well-trained and compassionate doctors, nurses, and other frontline staff, but we are having a terrible time keeping them in Canada due to subpar working conditions, rationed operating room time, and better opportunities in other nations. And no matter how much money this country and its provinces spend, the results have not materially improved. In fact, it has been deteriorating in every single province, whether governed by Liberals or New Democrats or Conservatives. And this is why our UCP government decided 3 years ago that we would not stand by any longer and throw billions more tax dollars into the black hole of AHS bureaucracy. We acted decisively to reform our healthcare system, and we are now starting to see improvements each and every day. Wait times for surgical services are coming down. The number of doctors and nurses is increasing. Less is being spent on bureaucracy and more is being spent on the front lines. However, much more needs to be done. And with the transfer of authority over the administration of our healthcare system from AHS to 4 targeted health agencies overseen directly by a dedicated and accountable government ministry, Alberta is now well positioned to accelerate desperately needed health reforms even further. So led by Minister Rick Wilson, the Minister of Mental Health and Addiction, we are well down the path of implementing the world-renowned Alberta recovery model for addiction. We'll soon commence operations on the compassionate intervention program that will mandate treatment in secure facilities for addicts who are a danger to themselves and others. The Alberta model has already saved thousands, and compassionate intervention will save thousands more. The Ministry of Assisted Living and Social Services, led by Minister Jason Nixon, doing remarkable work, leading a new effort to transfer hundreds of non-acute patients out of the hospital. These are primarily seniors and homeless individuals who've been left to live their lives in a hospital bed, and we are moving them into accommodations far better suited to their care and quality of life. This will not only result in improved care, but it will also free up hundreds of acute hospital beds for the Albertans who need them. We are also taking bold action under the leadership of Primary and Preventative Care Minister Adriana LaGrange by empowering Albertans to access private diagnostic testing and screening services as they so choose. No longer will Albertans require a doctor to give them permission to access private preventative tests or screening. We want you, yes, we want you and your employers to invest directly in your own preventative health. And if that testing turns up a serious condition that needs treatment, the government will reimburse you for that cost, because it likely means that your needed treatment will be less complicated and less costly for taxpayers because it was caught early. And obviously, all referrals from your doctor for testing and screening will remain fully paid for by your Alberta health insurance. And as I'm sure many of you heard this past week, under the excellent leadership of the Minister of Hospital and Surgical Services, Matt Jones, our government has introduced dual practice legislation that permits doctors to provide private elective surgeries, such as hip and knee and eye surgeries, after regular business hours and on weekends, so long as they continue to provide their regular amount of public surgeries as well. Yeah. This dual practice arrangement for doctors has worked to reduce wait lists and attract surgeons and health investment in virtually every high-performing health system in the world. And of course, as previously announced, we will be moving from a wasteful and inefficient block funding model for our public hospitals, managed by bureaucrats, into a more competitive and responsive activity-based funding model that pays public hospitals and private surgical centers for the services they actually provide. My friends, the days of an antiquated, bureaucratic, and unaccountable health system are over. Albertans want more choice and better results from their healthcare system, and it's time to bring that system out of the 1960s NDP model and into 2025, where the rest of the world's developed nations already are. And speaking of moving away from socialist NDP policies, let's talk about freedom and justice. We all know that woke ideological policies, such as the safe supply of drugs or soft on crime bail and sentencing rules, state-sponsored social engineering of children, and institutionalized censorship of speech are just a few examples of terrible NDP policies that have needlessly destroyed the lives of thousands in communities all across Canada. Albertans have had quite enough of watching this train wreck of left-wing ideas in action, and our government has stood firmly against these dangerous and destructive policies when few other governments in the Western world would. Although I'm pleased to say that is changing a little bit more and more each day. And despite the continued hysterics of the NDP and their woke activists, Alberta will continue to march boldly forward with policies that promote freedom, save lives, and make our communities safe. This government will fund, not defund, the police. We will seek justice for victims, not excuses for the guilty. We will replace enabling continued drug use for the addicted with providing treatment and a means to recovery. We will lift up and support those struggling with mental health rather than giving them the means to end their lives because of it. And while governments around the world seek to institutionalize the censorship of free speech, our government will forge an accelerated path in the opposite direction. That's why last week our government, inspired by the attack on Dr. Jordan Peterson, as well as so many other doctors and lawyers and nurses and teachers and others, introduced legislation containing comprehensive free speech protection so that no professional will lose their license to practice due to their political beliefs or for not kowtowing to DEI and other destructive mandates.
So the DEI thing,
Thanks, guys. That came from you. That was your policy you passed last AGM. We're calling it the Peterson Law. But we aren't stopping there. I'm announcing today that next week, our UCP government will be introducing a new motion under the Alberta Sovereignty Within a United Canada Act that will, if passed in the legislature, instruct all provincial entities, including our municipalities and law enforcement agencies, to refuse to enforce or prosecute under the federal gun seizure program.
All right, they're not going to prosecute you under the gun seizure program. This is coming through next week. Amory kind of hinted at that yesterday, and that's getting us under negotiation. So, I like Saskatchewan. Saskatchewan said the government will pay for the, but
Now, the Sovereignty Act motion will also make it clear that these agencies will not enforce or prosecute Albertans defending their homes and families from intruders.
wow, not prosecuting. So Castle Doctrine-ish. We're not going to prosecute people defending their homes and property from intruders. That's not about it.
I got a little tip for low-life criminals out there. If you don't want to get shot, don't break into someone's house. It's really that simple.
You've heard that comment
It
before.
really is.
That's going to get.
We want our great men and women in law enforcement and our justice system to spend their precious time and effort going after criminals, not farmers, not ranchers or sport shooters, nor Albertans defending their families and their homes. Imagine that, right? And speaking of taking a stand, how about taking a stand for our children? Yeah. As Premier, I want to assure every parent and grandparent here today that under no circumstances will we back down from defending Alberta's children. And that means banning graphic sexual images from our school libraries, full stop. And it also means using the Charter's notwithstanding clause to protect our children by restricting puberty blockers for minors and prohibiting gender reassignment surgery until the child reaches adulthood. Of course, we will also protect women and girls in sports so they aren't forced to compete with those who were born male. And we will make sure that parents are notified and included in the decision to change their child's name or pronouns at school. Because parents are the primary caregivers and protectors of their children, and that is how it has been and will continue to be under a UCP government. Now, our UCP MLAs and I will never back down from protecting children or strengthening the rights and freedoms that have made our province the shining city on a hill that it is today, and we will never apologize for it. Now, you know, earlier this month, we changed the motto on our provincial license plate to Alberta, strong and free. Yeah. And predictably, some on the left and in the NDP think that's too American or too aggressive or too whatever. But I disagree. Not only is strong and free our provincial motto, it is also part of our national anthem. And quite frankly, there is no better description for our province and our people. We are a strong and free people. It is that strength and freedom Alberta's First Peoples used to survive and flourish through impossibly harsh winters and landscapes. It is that strength and freedom that allowed the first settlers to turn wilderness into a vast and fertile agricultural marvel. It is that strength and freedom that forged an entrepreneurial drive so strong that it unlocked immeasurable oil wealth from the isolated sands of northern Alberta. It is that strength and freedom that inspired leaders from Lougheed to Klein and from Manning to Harper, who have fought to preserve our freedom and independence from Ottawa as a self-governing people. It is that strength and freedom that gave our young men and women the unthinkable amount of courage needed to sacrifice their very lives in the defense of our nation. And my friends, it is that strength and freedom that empowers and emboldens us today to protect our families, to lead this country, to find a path to prosperity for our children and grandchildren, no matter the barrier or the cost. Alberta was born strong and free. Alberta is still strong and free. And together, my friends, we will ensure that Alberta remains forever strong and free. Thank you.
So there you go. Got to speech. We're going to go head over to check out the scrum. So stay tuned. I'm going to let the audio keep going for everybody, and then I'll be right back, and we'll continue the stream for a bit longer. All right. So thank you for that.
Please be advised that a hot roast beef buffet lunch is available for those who have pre-purchased with their registrations in Hall F on the schedule. For everyone else, the Expo Food Court is open to purchase lunch. Please remember the back of the room to be back in the room at 1:30 p.m. for the policy debate. And if you are interested in attending our youth debate, our finals are please come back in the room in half an hour for the accountability session. And the youth debate finals are taking place right now in room 106, moderated by Chantel Diong, MLA for Chestermere Strathmore. This is also a perfect time for you to head over to Hall E and cast your ballot for the provincial board elections if you have not already done so. We'll see you back in the room in 30 minutes for the accountability session. Thank you, everyone.
All right, so I'm back. Can you hear me? Let me know if you can hear me. So I just got a question with the Premier and got a response. It's about independence, referendum mandate. So let me try and get this queued up for you right now. If you're in the chat, just give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. I want to make sure that you hear me. All right. Got to get the video off of my phone. Put it on. Audio is good. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate that. But yeah, we're just at the presser, and we were able to get a question to Danielle, and I want to get it to you now. And now we're going to wrap up the stream. Well, I'll probably let the stream go, but then I have to run and go vote and do a couple more things, but I'll keep the stream go because the accountability portion of the stuff is going to be coming up. And they timed that at the same time as lunch. So just bear with me as I try and get that video for you. Hope you're enjoying this coverage. But the Levine Show was able to get a question directly to the Premier. Transfer files. Here we go. So let's get this going for you. I hope you're enjoying the coverage so far. Okay, we do have a video here. Let's go ahead and bring that. Hang out with me for a moment. I'm going to try and get this question I got to the Premier for you. Working hard. Thank you, Colleen, for your comment there. I appreciate that a lot. We got to run around and get things done here. Okay. Share this audio. Hi, Aiden.
We're in the middle of a recording session right now, but you said on Twitter that if anyone was at the AGM to come to you and say hi, so I'm here.
Aiden, nice to meet you. I am alive right now, but that's very cool. I definitely say hi to you. How are you enjoying the events?
Good. I think that it's been so far a good AGM.
Yeah.
I think that it's a little disappointing that Danielle Smith seemed to think that the MOU was her trump card of sorts, and it's turning out not to be.
Yeah, people are pleased about that one for sure.
And I think that she's probably underestimated just how strong the sentiment is for separatism within Alberta.
I don't think she is after yesterday. So if you're here for the Jeffrey Rath question, this whole place erupted when he asked for independence for Alberta. I think she's very clear, and I just asked her a question about it. She's going to have to bring it forward, it looks like. If we get to the referendum, if it's a successful referendum for independence, she's going to have to make that her mandate.
Yeah. But I don't get the impression from listening to her speak that she's pro-separation at all. And
she can't be at this stage.
At this stage.
She can't be. But she was clear that her mandate is to be United Canada. If that changes, then that will be her new mandate, and she'll bring it forward.
Yeah.
So it's up to the citizens now to make that change and give her a new mandate.
Yeah.
That's basically her position at this stage right now.
This,
oh, that's my book? Yeah, it's called Bearing Witness. It's about doing what we're doing right now, which is watching history, recording, and sharing history. I wrote that a couple years ago. Would you like a copy?
Sure.
Hi, Janet. This camera is live, just so you know. But you can still talk. You still talk. People have been listening to me talk to people all day today. It's 40. I got more copies. I can sign it for you if you want, Aiden.
Okay.
Yeah. While this video is uploaded, I got a moment or two here. Well, it's right there, so I kind of cheat. I'm a horrible speller, so I got to do better and look good, right? It's 40.
Thank you.
It's 40.
40? Okay. Let me find.
There's things in the outside in the hall and all that. You have to hit a machine. They're outside.
Can I e-transfer you?
Yeah, sure. I'll get you a card. You can keep that as well. Emails on there. Thanks, Aiden. Okay, and so folks, the upload is still happening. As soon as that's ready, I'm going to put it on for you so you can hear the question with Danielle. It's about independence.
I just wanted to say hello. I'm Eva.
Eva?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Finally?
Yeah.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You were in the hospital for a bit, right?
I was in Chicago before we able to get my picture to
Right.
for the Eagles series.
Yeah. Yeah, right back to you. Well, you've seen my face, but I haven't seen your face. Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
Hello.
Thank you. So now when I see you in the chat and stuff, I'll be like, okay. Yeah. And you're still in our backstage now, right?
Pardon me?
You're in our backstage now?
Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
Still there.
Welcome back.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Thank you. There we go. It's still finishing the upload. We're getting there, folks. And then Danielle's coming down for the accountability portion. So I'll let that stream for you as well. I'm just going to turn down the music, so I'm not sure if you hear the music and me right now. So just turn that down for a bit. Don't let me forget to turn that back up if you want to hear the stage. Hi, Patrick. There we go. Put another one down there. All right, so folks, here we go. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to play the video, and hopefully that works out for you with Danielle Smith. Good afternoon, Premier. Jason Levine of the Levine Show. Good to see you again. Recently, you had a comment on a press conference about independence. You were asked about independence, and you were very clear that your mandate for your election was a sovereign Alberta within a united Canada. And you said if there's a referendum, a successful referendum, that may provide you with a new mandate. Yesterday, you saw the reception Jeffrey Rath got. We'll say it was warm. And if there was a successful mandate provided to you, would you follow through with an independent mandate?
Well, I think there's a lot before we would ever get to that. I mean, first of all, Thomas Lukasik started a petition campaign. He got 450,000 signatures or so. They're in the process of validating those signatures, so I'm waiting to see the outcome of that. That would be one potential referendum question. I know that Jeffrey Rath's group is in court right now to try to get affirmation on their question. I think they're expecting a result on that by the end of the year, so I'm watching for the result of that. And then if they're able to get signatures, it's a significant number, 177,000. And then putting it to Albertans, they'd have to get a clear majority on a clear question. Like, there's a lot of barriers. So you might have to ask me if any of those milestones get met. But my job has been, I felt all along, is to give Albertans confidence that the country works again, that we can negotiate with the federal government and get an outcome that benefits us and benefits Canada. And I know there's still a little bit of skepticism, evidently, about whether or not I asked the question yesterday. I think we can be confident that the country works better today than it did 2 days ago. Not everyone in that room agreed with me, but I think more did in the room today, and that's my job, is to make sure that people see that I'm trying, that we're doing whatever we can to be a partner and to meet the federal government partway, but you need a dancing partner. They need to meet us partway too. I was pleased to see on this first step that happened, but there's a lot more to go.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Probably have time for 2 or 3 more.
I'll try to get everyone. Yeah, I'll try.
All right, so if you didn't hear my question there, because the audio wasn't great, the question was, recently she said that her mandate that she ran on was a sovereign Alberta in a united Canada. She agreed. And then I asked her if there was a citizens referendum that, and as she also saw yesterday, Jeffrey Rath got a pretty warm reception with his question. But if citizens referendum was successful, would she consider that to be her new mandate? And as you heard in her answer, she talked about all the different steps. Kind of sounded like she's laying out an MOU when you think about it. All these different steps, and then we'll get there. So, yeah, so she basically said, let's get there. Ask me that question again. I will absolutely do that. But that was that. So she didn't commit to the new mandate if it was a citizens-led initiative, successful referendum. But we have to get there. So it's pretty clear about that one. All right, so what I'm going to do now is I have to go vote, and that closes in an hour. So I'm going to go do that, and also grab a quick bite and be back. I'm going to leave the stream running for you, so you can catch the accountability portion, and I'm going to try and get back right as fast as I can on that one. So thanks a lot for hanging out. I'll keep it running for you, and we'll see you soon. Thanks, Daryl. I'll bring the audio back. Oh, and then one more thing. I did get confirmation from Ron Anderson, the chief of staff, Danielle Smith. He will be on the show Friday, 7 a.m. Mountain and 9:30 or 7:30 a.m. Mountain, 7:30 or 9:30 Eastern. So he was up there. I talked to him. He's going to come and try to explain to us the MOU. So yeah, I got that confirmation as well. So we'll get that to you Monday. Okay, so I'll be back.
And now, fellow UCP members, please welcome Bobby Menard, Edmonton Regional Director, and Tanny Yao, MLA for Fort McMurray, Wood Buffalo, to our stage.
Accountability is foundational to good governance. As Thomas Paine wrote in The Rights of Man, a body of men holding themselves accountable to nobody ought not to be trusted by anyone. We have a responsibility to hold ourselves to account for the promises we made. Doing anything less is just a disservice to Albertans, but a betrayal. Last year, we introduced an accountability session, which was a big hit with delegates. This morning, we're creating a tradition by holding it again. As a party, our word needs to mean something. If we don't believe what we say, how can Albertans?
Now, that's not to say that everything can be delivered right away. We have to be realistic. We live in a world where the unexpected happens more often than we'd like. So sometimes promises take a little bit longer to fulfill. What's important in those cases is acknowledging the fact that reaffirming our commitment to getting the job done, to reflect on our journey, to celebrate our accomplishments, and to highlight the work that remains ahead. Please welcome my colleagues, the MLAs for Calgary West and Carson Siksika, Deputy Premier Michael Ellis, and House Leader Joseph Scow, and of course, our United Conservative Leader, Danielle Smith.
Well, hello, everyone. This is very exciting. This is the accountability session. I'm really honored to be here with my good friend Joseph Scow and Premier Danielle Smith. And I think this is going to be really exciting. I'm going to be moderating this. I think we're going to get started right away. Otherwise, as a politician with a microphone, we'll just keep talking and talking and not get anything done.
Well, I'm sure people will trickle in, but I just reminding everyone that Mike is not only Public Safety and Emergency Services, but he is also Deputy Premier. So when I am not available, he takes questions for me, or Joseph Scow does, because he is also our House Leader. And so anything that I might have an incorrect memory on, he'll be able to correct me on bills that he's passed, because he has managed through a ton of legislation over the past 3 years. So we'll go through these and we'll show you what we did with the policies that you've passed over the last few years.
All right, let's get started here. So 2024, we'll go to resolution number 1. I think they'll put that on the screen for us here. I'll try to sum some of these up. Otherwise, some of them are really, really long here. But really, the United Conservative Party believes that the government of Alberta should ensure that all hiring practices within the Alberta Public Service and the Alberta Crown corporations are based solely on merit, competency, and equality. And I'll sum this up, not DEI. Premier.
I will say that this is done when it comes to the Alberta Public Service. We have a mandate that goes out saying that we make our hiring decisions on the basis of merit. There is no mandatory training for DEI. We've removed any DEI policies from AIMCO. That was one of the first things that the new chair, Stephen Harper, did when he got in there. And we have just passed, or in the process of passing, the Regulated Professions Neutrality Act, which will deal with most professions. May have a little bit more work to do on Alberta Crown corporations. We're going to take another look at that. But the bulk of this is a checkbox.
Fantastic. All right. Resolution number 2. United Conservative Party believes that the government of Alberta should not allow unions to donate money to political parties.
So we did things a little bit differently here. And part of the reason was because we had heard from many of our small business members that they wanted to be able to buy a table to a dinner through their lawn care company or their mechanic shop or their electrician business. And so what we decided to do, especially as well when you look at municipal level of government, they don't get any tax write-offs when you contribute there. So we also had felt that maybe there was a little bit more difficult to have municipalities have to raise money off of solely individual donations without the ability to write off. So we thought, let's make these have parity. So $5,000, whether you're an individual, a corporation, or a union, max through all of the different contributions you can make in a year to either a candidate or a political party. So we think that will restrict it and get at the influence that you were worried about of unions seeming to have unending amounts of dollars to be able to support left-wing candidates. If we have to do a bit more to tweak this, then we can go back and look at it. But it would be very difficult for us to allow some type of corporate donations, but not allow union donations. So we made the decision to go ahead with both. Did you want to add on that one?
Sure. I'll just add something quickly, Premier. Thanks. You summed it up very well. But there's this term that keeps getting used in the legislature, and the NDP accuses this idea of dark money. But the reality is that when they changed the fundraising rules, they are the ones who introduced dark money because it was coming from everywhere going into PACs and it wasn't being accounted for. And so what we've done is we've allowed, as the Premier mentioned, corporations to buy tables at dinners and such, but it's also increased transparency in where the money is coming from. So who is donating, where it's coming from, and what the motives are. So I think this has been a great measure led by the Premier and the Minister of Justice who introduced this bill. And obviously you introduced this here and we listened.
Well, and the last one is on third-party advertising, because that's where the dark money really was, is that there was a huge amount you could donate, $34,400. We've shrunk that down as well. So only $5,000 can be donated by individuals, corporations, or unions. And we think that that's going to make transparent a lot more of the dollars that are going in to fund political movements.
Oh, great stuff. All right, we'll go to resolution number 3. All right, so the UCP believes that the government of Alberta should protect exclusively female spaces and categories such as washroom, change rooms, shelters, et cetera, et cetera.
I probably should have read this one because you guys could answer. We've done part of this. So first of all, we have most certainly protect exclusively female categories for sports. So why don't you comment on that one?
Sure. I heard this time and time again, that it's not fair. Makes the sport very uncompetitive when you have biological males competing against biological females. And there was even a young girl in my constituency who ended up having to compete in a cross-country event against a biological male. And as someone who played sports in university and then overseas briefly, I look at the potential opportunities of getting a post-secondary education, the potential opportunities for scholarships, and what could be robbed if young girls don't have the chance to compete in a fair and safe environment. You compete your entire life for that opportunity only to not have that chance to compete in a fair environment. And I think that this was a bill that led by the Premier, and I introduced the legislation. And it's something I'm very proud of because as a father of a young daughter with, I think, a very rich athletic career ahead of her, I would be doing her and everyone else's kids a disservice if we didn't create a fair and level playing field.
Thank you for that. And I think we also had a look at our corrections facilities, and we do not have a policy of having born males in female prisons because they're only there for 2 years for our provincial penitentiaries. So that was the reason why I think we decided that there was no need for further legislation on that.
It's just not a practice that we do in Alberta provincial prisons.
Yeah, and when it comes to these others, we know that there are a lot of stories that come out on the social media, but we have not seen these kinds of complaints in Alberta. If that's not to say that these things aren't happening, if you hear of any of these other places having any conflicts in Alberta, we'd like to know about it. Our basic approach has been one of modesty. Like if you're, nobody should know what your gender is. If you're in a female change room, then you shouldn't be walking around naked if you don't have the female body parts. And it doesn't appear that that's happening. So I'll just put it to you that we have not seen a need to legislate on that part yet. That's not to say that there aren't problems, but if there are, we'd like to hear about them.
Yeah. All right, it's number 4 here. The UCP believe that the government of Alberta should ensure that minors are protected from exposure to sexually explicit performances and events that receive public funding or are held in public venues.
Yeah, and I would say that this is done. So first of all, we introduced policy requiring all publicly and privately funded school boards to remove school library materials that are sexually explicit. And then when we provide provincial funding, it's always top of mind how those taxpayer dollars are appropriately used. And that is in Tanya Furr's department. So if you hear of any entity that receives provincial funding where you feel that violates that spirit, let us know so that we can take a look at it. And then the other part is that we're about to have a comprehensive database to comply with the Provincial Priorities Act. One of the things that we want to make sure is that the federal government isn't coming in and giving money for particular programs when we fund that whole agency and doing things that are contrary to the policy of our government. So we first have to develop the database so we can track all of that. But we believe that the minister has been able to check off the box on this one too.
All right,
You may have some problems with your municipal councils, and I would just put it to you that that we have heard some of these issues at the municipal council level. So that now that you've got new elected candidates there, if you're concerned about anything that you've seen taking place in public spaces, by all means, bring that up with them.
Yeah, well, we have a number of councillors in the building
Oh, good,
today
yeah.
with us. Yeah,
I think Thomas wants to read a few of these out too.
sure. You want to go number 5?
You guys can go back and forth. Otherwise, I'm just going to spend my whole time talking up here.
Okay, Policy Resolution 5, sponsored by Calgary Edmont. The United Conservative Party believes that the government of Alberta should prohibit any consumer carbon tax or carbon pricing scheme or carbon cap and trade system from being implemented in Alberta.
Let me pause there, because on the consumer side, that one's done, and it was done with the advocacy of all of you, us, several other provinces, as well as our federal counterpart, the Conservative Party of Canada. Pierre Poilievre did an amazing job on that, so that one's ticked off. Next.
And Part B, support any federal or interprovincial government efforts to axe the tax by eliminating the federal carbon pricing backstop being imposed on Albertans and Canadians.
Now, one thing I have to explain about this, I think, is that we did try to say that the federal government had no role in setting any carbon pricing, and the Supreme Court disagreed. And so that's the reason why we wanted to maintain our industrial price here in Alberta, because we do it differently than we think the federal government would. The way we do it here is that we only charge the tax if you're a higher emitter than everybody else in the same category. And then those dollars come into a fund, and then we use it to fund things like innovations. And so we want to maintain that. Our industry wants us to maintain it locally, but it would take a change of government at the federal level in order to have a change of approach. And so you guys know what to do in the next federal election.
All right, let's do number 6 here. This one here, the UCP believe that the government of Alberta should, and I'll try to sum this up, maintain jurisdictional authority over all decisions affecting or international emergencies, treaties, agreements, et cetera,
Basically, anything the federal government signs, make sure you protect Alberta. Right. Done.
Right.
We found some legislation in Quebec and so I've just, I made Bill 1 of this session, our international treaty. What do I call that one? He's my House leader, so he always has these fancy names for Bill 1, the international treaties one. He doesn't remember. All right, I thought he was going to be able to rattle these off. I need Ben up here. That's his assistant. He would be able to tell me right off the top. But the structure of the new legislation, you can have a look at it, is that before we used to say any trade agreement had to get the stamp of approval through our provincial legislature. Now we're saying any agreement that the federal government signs has to have approval through our provincial legislature. That follows what Quebec has done, and it's necessary. I just read that the UN has 250,000 different agreements that they have registered on behalf of various bilateral and trilateral and multilateral governments. And so making sure that the federal government isn't committing us to things in our area of provincial jurisdiction is now more urgent than ever.
The International Agreements Act.
Very, very straightforward. International Agreements Act, if you want to look it up. But that one's done. Yep. Oh,
sure.
no.
Number 7, United Conservative Party believes that the government of Alberta should, as you can see on the screen, support a Bill of Parental Rights, which ensures the legislation will recognize and support, acknowledge a parent's right and responsibility to raise their children. 2, provide legislative clarity for the courts to uphold and enforce existing defined and legislative legal age limits of the province. 3, protect parents who are providing the necessities of their children for health, education, and so on and so forth. 4, include remedial provisions for unjustified interference by governments, organizations, or individuals in order to limit overreach. And 5, affirm the ultimate responsibility for a legal defined minor child's health, education, and welfare lies with the parents and legal guardians?
So I would say that this is mostly done. There's a couple of things. So it was the first iteration of the UCP government that enshrined a parent's right to education in our Bill of Rights as well as through legislation. We have also provided clarity through the courts with using the notwithstanding clause and on a number of matters related to protecting parents' rights as well. In the 3 pieces of legislation we just came forward with, we may have a little bit more work to do around. We did also in our Bill of Rights say that that everyone has the right to decide what medical intervention they want or do not want. Of course, we have an exception when it comes around the issue of when a child can make the decision regarding their own fertility. We believe that that's a decision for every individual person to make, which is why we're saying they can't make that decision until they're old enough to understand it. So there is a little bit of tension there between parent rights and kids' rights, but I think we've made the right balance on that one. We also have more coming, as you heard from Mickey Amory, on the issue of mature minors, especially as it applies to MAID legislation. And so you'll be interested in watching that one. And then the remedial provisions for unjustified interference by government. There might be a little bit more work to do on that one to see if there's anything that specifically that our members want us to address, but that may be the one that is still a little bit of unfinished business.
All right. Thank you, Premier. All right. Number 8, the United Conservative Party believe that the government of Alberta should support parental rights in education, obtain opt-in informed written consent from the parents, subject matter involving sexuality, sexuality, sexual orientation, gender identity, and of course require that all third-party resource materials or presentations related to gender identity, sexual orientation, or human sexuality available in Alberta classrooms be pre-approved by the Ministry of Education.
Done and done. Yep.
Okay, United Conservative Party believes that the government of Alberta should require disclosure of funding sources for all groups which are lobbying or protesting to influence the government of Alberta.
And we did this one as well, but maybe in a little bit of a different way, because by limiting the amount of contributions to union and from union and corporate donations to political parties as well as to third-party advertisers, we believe that makes that more transparent. We also have a lobbying registry that tells anyone who wants to look it up who is lobbying the government, and also our third-party advertisers also have to disclose their activities. So we think we implemented this in the best way that we could.
All right, if we can move the slide to slide 9, because we just finished, the Premier just talked about that. We'll go to slide 10 now.
Yeah.
So this one here, the CP believe that the government of Alberta should prohibit any provincial or municipal entity under Alberta government jurisdiction from entering, amending, extending, or renewing an intergovernmental agreement with the government of Canada.
Yep, we did this one too. Some of the municipalities weren't very happy about it, but it was our Provincial Priorities Act as well. I think it was Bill 20 that they were unhappy about. But you know what? It's just proven why it is we did this in the first place. If you're looking at what's happening in Calgary right now, they got over $200 million from the federal government. Initially, the council members were told, oh, there's no strings attached. We're not going to make you do blanket rezoning as a condition of receiving this housing money. And now, post-election, as they're contemplating getting rid of blanket rezoning because Calgarians are unhappy about it, all of a sudden the CMHC is saying, well, maybe we're not going to give you that money. So that's the reason why we want to make sure that municipalities don't find themselves in that position, because the federal government, if they negotiate directly, will always put those kinds of unreasonable conditions on our municipalities, and we just don't think they should stand for that. Yep.
And there was a lot of foresight in this, Premier, with that legislation. And just to give you an idea, a little bit sneaky, this federal government. I was in a meeting not long ago with my federal and provincial counterparts talking about internal trade. It's a hot topic right now because we want to break down internal trade barriers so we can sell our amazing products across provincial lines and incentivize investment to come here. But for some reason, in this joint document we're supposed to have at the end, national housing building codes made its way into this document. And I'm not sure how housing building codes deals with breaking down interprovincial trade barriers, but I can tell you that we push back on this very hard, and our province is not going to be taking direction from Ottawa on how to build houses in this province.
Completely. Yeah, totally. And they keep on coming at us trying to get that in. And just so you know what is they have different tiers for the building code. Some of the construction companies in the room might be able to tell you this. But at the top tier is essentially unhooking from the power grid, unhooking from natural gas, and operating your house with solar panels and heat pumps. That's the reason why we are not going to just blindly adopt the federal building codes, nor do we think that they should be forcing our municipalities to do the same as a condition of receiving funding.
All right, right on.
Yeah.
Sure. So number 11, review our gas and electricity pricing system with the goal of reducing administrative fees to the actual cost to provide service and creating a sliding scale link between the transmission and distribution costs and consumer usage. Prohibit the charge of local access fees paid to the municipality. Provide full transparency to the public on the cost of energy. And the resolution replaces the following wording: review our electricity pricing system with the goal of reducing transmission and distribution costs.
So we have done much of this. When we came in, remember, the NDP had so wrecked our electricity system by creating intermittent power. We were having near blackouts on our power grid. We were not having any stable electricity coming onto the grid. Because we have all of these small installations of wind and solar all over the province, they were overbuilding on transmission, overbuilding on distribution. Costs had surged up to 32 cents a kilowatt hour. Mayor Naheed Nenshi in Calgary was charging a local access fee that ripped off ratepayers to the tune of about $200 or $300 million extra because they were charging it on the base of those higher prices. So those are all the things that we had to come in and fix. So we have put a local access fee in place that is equivalent to how property taxes should be charged. It's a linear tax and it should be charged in lieu of property taxes. So there's a reason why you'd have a certain portion that is a local access fee. It can't be zero, but it certainly shouldn't have been escalating on the basis of the price. We are doing more work on the transparency around distribution and transmission, and we found that up north, especially where the distribution costs are so high, that's one of the problems, is that they're intermingling the cost of transmission and distribution. So we're going to fix that because we know it's causing prices up north to be excessively high, sometimes 4 times higher than down south. And then I have asked the affordability minister if he can look at this proposal. That wouldn't it be better if you had both transmission and distribution go up when your lights are on, and all 3 of them go down when your lights are off? Because right now, you could not use a single molecule of energy and you still have big transmission and distribution costs. Problem is always because it's there's fixed costs in the system. What is the right balance between those two? But that is on the radar screen of our affordability and utilities minister, just to try to see if there's a better way that we can bring some of those costs down. That's a good idea.
Yeah, great. And Minister Newdorf's doing a fantastic job. And Premier, I just want to add, I was up acting for you and we had that huge concern where we had to put out the emergency alert. And, that was just one of those days where the sun wasn't shining, the wind was not blowing, and the grid was overloaded.
That's right.
Yeah. All right, we'll do number 12. I'm going to move that. Okay, number 12. Very simply, Premier, UCP believe this really has to do with abandoning net zero targets.
Yeah, here's the difficulty that we're finding is that we might have been able to have a different conversation about targets on emission reduction if there was a different federal government. So we have to accept the government that we have. The government that we have is one that has set these targets to 2050. Our big issue was that they were trying to impose them by 2030. Which we know was unachievable, and it would have shut down our industry, would have shut in our production, would have prevented us from being able to develop natural gas. So in dealing with this particular government, which, as I said before, has the right to set carbon prices, this is one of the things that we bargained on, is let's have a long enough time horizon, 2050. It's what our electricity producers tell us is achievable. It's what our Pathways group of projects tell us is achievable. If we have a long enough time horizon, then you can have the dollars invested in the innovations that will help us to achieve some of these targets. So I understand the frustration that some of the folks in the room have, but we are having to deal with the government that we've got in Ottawa.
Number 13, strengthen conflict of interest laws for elected officials.
We did a couple of things here. One thing that we did is we any gifts over $500 needs ethics commissioner approvals. Any gifts or tickets over $100 to a staff member will need a minister and chief of staff approval. MLAs, of course, are expected to adhere to all laws, and it is policed by the ethics commissioner. In fact, if he feels that you have taken a free ticket and you don't have business there, he'll ask you to pay it back. That's pretty well how the system ends up working right now. All investigations, if he feels that there is something that has gone wrong, are made public, including any sanctions, if any, to be made by the commissioner. The changes we made in 2023 were at the recommendation of the ethics commissioner, and then we've just created more stringent rules for staff as well.
All right, number 14, ensure that all medications, treatments, and surgeries attributable to health services for sex alteration practices are classified as elective cosmetic procedures, costed solely to the requesting patients.
Well, there are certain cosmetic procedures that we will not fund. Things like facial hair removal or feminization of facial features, those will remain privately funded. But for people over, and of course we banned surgeries for anyone under the age of 18, so age 17 and under, that is not going to be allowed. When it comes to 18 and older, it's a bit of a different story, and it's complex because I think it's kind of tricky for us as politicians to go down a pathway of trying to say this person's deserving of this type of surgery and this person is not, because sometimes you need surgery as a consequence of smoking. Sometimes you need surgery as a consequence of overeating. Sometimes you need surgery as a consequence of having a lifestyle where you like to skydive or engage in extreme sports. And so I think we're just a little reluctant to go too much farther in this one, because I think when the healthcare system is there for you when you need it, we don't want you to have to pay out of pocket. So everybody has their own different interpretation of what's necessary and what's not. We think we've got the right balance on this one. But you can always do a citizen-initiated referenda if you disagree.
Number 15.
Number 15, negotiate with the federal government to create an accord with Alberta that grants our province greater control over immigration, including total numbers of temporary and permanent residents, and active participation in the selection and rejection of those being granted temporary or permanent settlement rights in Alberta through the immigration process.
Well, Joseph, why don't you tell me about that? Because it's in your mandate letter. So I would say that this is in process, and hopefully by next year we'll be done.
It is, Premier. And I mentioned this briefly last night, that your mandate letter to me includes taking all legal action to take over control of provincial immigration. Now, I want to add a little bit to this, because one of the last questions that came in last night was one about our party being considered racist. And I have never felt that way. I've never felt that way about Alberta.
Yeah.
We are a province that has welcomed newcomers from across Canada, across the world, because we are that beacon of hope and opportunity. But the reality is that last year in 2024, we welcomed a 4.4% increase in our population. Now, for context, the only jurisdiction in the world that saw higher immigration levels was South Sudan at 4.6%. These are unsustainable levels. And the Premier has directed me, and I've made this point very clear to the Federal Minister of Immigration, that we want to focus on economic migration. There may be a workforce that we didn't. Yes, please. This is supposed to be a joint responsibility between the federal government and the provincial government. They're supposed to take our feedback because, as everybody in this room knows, nobody knows our province better than we do. The federal government certainly doesn't. And so we are taking measures to make sure it's economic migration. It's focused on that. And you will see changes coming in very short order.
All right, let's go to 16. Acknowledge that there are only two biological sexes, accordingly provide male or female as the exclusive options on the official government documents.
So, well, You'll have to talk to your my fellow caucus mates, because I can tell you one of the approaches that we've tried to take as we're figuring out the pathway on this is to acknowledge that adults have a right to make their own choices about their own medical care. And those include adults who make the decision to transition to another gender. We're making a very different approach when it comes to those 17 and under. But if you have met any transgender individuals, and we've got several who are at our conference, you will see that when somebody is presenting as male, it would be very weird for them to have on their official license when they're traveling that they were born female. And same in reverse. If somebody is presenting as female, it'd be very weird for them to have male on their documents as they're traveling. It would create a lot of problems as they're trying to go through various border security. So I think we have to recognize that adults have a right to make their medical choices as well, and we have to be able to provide them with the kind of documentation that they're going to need to get jobs, to be able to access travel and that sort of thing. So may not be what you wanted to hear, but that's the balance that we're trying to have. Let's make sure that we're protecting kids, but let's allow adults to make their own choices.
All right, number 17, Joe.
Require municipalities to hold a plebiscite vote for proposed land use changes that would significantly impact the entire municipality.
Well, I can tell you a couple of things that we have done. Again, the municipalities aren't happy about this, but what we said was, let's get through the municipal elections and then lobby your municipal level of government to make some reversals. And I can tell you, it looks to me like Calgary is going to go in a different direction. I'm not sure about Edmonton. You do have the ability to launch a plebiscite. So you can get 10% of a population and you would be able to put a question forward. They've done that down in Crow's Nest Pass to support the Grassy Mountain development. They've done that on the issue of raising flags to ensure that they're only sort of official Canadian and Alberta flags or civic flags. So there are a number of, they've done it on Calgary on fluoride multiple times. And so there are processes where you would be able to do this yourself by getting 10% of your fellow citizens to agree that there should be a plebiscite. And so that's the approach that we're taking. We wouldn't force it ourselves, but we've created a mechanism for you to do it.
All right, number 18, develop a proactive forest management model to reduce wildfire risk. Further invest in equipment, manpower for firefighting development, and new technology for intensive forest management practices.
That's done. We look at forestry as being absolutely essential in doing wildfire management, and Todd's doing a tremendous job on that. Next one.
Protect Alberta Crown lands from unlawful seizure by international or federal organizations through neocolonial interpretations of the United Nations Declaration on Rights of Indigenous Persons.
And we've done that in a couple ways. First of all, yeah, we've got, I think it was Brandon Lunty who got a private member's bill passed saying that there will not be one additional acre of Alberta land turned into a federal park, because they're trying to go around getting urban parks set up all over. So that would be one. I think that was, yeah, it was affecting Edmonton. And the second one was the bill that I had mentioned, the International Agreements Act, where we will make our own decisions about what kind of international laws apply in Alberta based on a decision through the legislature. The UN just simply does not have the ability, no international body has the ability to seize land in Alberta. Yep.
All right, good stuff. Number 20. Eliminate retention bonuses for bureaucrats. All severances shall be in with the minimums set forward in the Alberta Labor Standard.
Yeah, we don't do retention bonuses actually in the public service. And the Public Sector Compensation and Transparency Act is posted on alberta.ca annually, so you can actually see how many civil servants are making over, I believe it's double the average weekly earnings. So the bar right now is about $154,000.
Excellent. Moving on. So continue to distance itself from the federal government in as many facets as possible as a productive member of Confederation. Furthermore, any right given to other provinces should be a right given to Alberta.
Oh yeah, we are well underway on this one. We've got a couple couple of sovereignty within Alberta sovereignty within a United Canada motions that have passed, and another one coming next week. We've got the Alberta Next panel recommendations that will be coming out before the end of the year. And if there are other areas, and some of the legislation that we've passed to create a bit of a firewall between Ottawa interfering in our jurisdiction, we'll continue to do more of that.
All right, number 22, advocate. Go ahead.
I would just say we're going to fight for an Alberta version of the Quebec immigration model.
That's right.
There we go.
Yep.
Number 22, advocate and champion the skilled trades and professions by integrating the journey person and apprenticeship skilled trades education track within the grade 7 to 12 education system.
Done and done. Yeah, we've got a lot going on this front with our registered apprenticeship program, RAP. We've got careers, which is where we're doing our youth employment incentive, subsidizing $10 per hour for a young person to get hired in their first 400 hours on a job. We've got dual credit that we do in school. We've got collegiates that we're building at the K-12 level. We're seeing that there's partnerships growing as well between K-12 schools and community colleges so that those kids can get their training at community colleges. And we're also going to be championing a new approach to training skilled journey people so that they can go on and get a teaching certificate so that they're able to get hired at a school board so that they can start teaching some of the trades in the schools as well. That's another way that we're going to make sure those trades are available.
Hold the Alberta Human Rights Commission accountable for the decisions that they make.
That is one. Well, I can tell you we're in progress on that, and make sure you talk to Mickey Amory on it. They've recently appointed a new chief, and that is always an indication of a little bit of a change in direction and a change in culture. He's reviewing the mandate and the roles to make sure that there are timelines in place. I bet this came about because there have been some pretty outrageous decisions that have come out of human rights commissions. I have not seen in the last 3 years any outrageous decisions that have caused me to worry about the kind of things that are coming forward. They have the latitude to get rid of frivolous complaints, and it appears to me that they're using that latitude, but it's always worth a closer look, and Minister Amory's in the middle of that.
All right, good stuff. Yep. Number 24, make memberships in the Alberta Teachers Association optional for all teachers employed in the public separate. I'll end it there.
So I just received a letter from a teacher who was trying to get this exact question put to a citizen-initiated referenda. And she got a letter back from the chief electoral officer saying he didn't think it was an idea that should go ahead. If you can believe it. We can't believe it either. So we're a little bit concerned about that discretionary power that the chief electoral officer has. We think seems like he's approving the ideas he likes and holding up the ones he doesn't. So it may well be that there's some legislative changes coming around that so that this is the kind of thing that can be put to a citizen-initiated referenda, and just stay tuned for more.
Always provide the option of non-digital forms of government ID issued that can be used whenever government-issued ID is required.
Yep, totally done. We're going to make sure that so the reason, just so you know, I think I've said this before, but the reason why we're integrating your physical driver's license with the Alberta Health ID on the back is that Minister LaGrange found that there were 530,000 more people who have an Alberta insurance card than live in Alberta. And so we're a little bit worried about what that means. Does that mean that people are going to other provinces and then coming back here for healthcare, even though they aren't a taxpayer here? And so if we can make sure that your physical ID matches who you are with your health insurance, then we can make sure that we address any issues of potential fraud. So that's why we're doing it. But yes, you will always have the option of being able to have a physical card.
All right, good stuff. Number 26. Work with the Alberta faculties of medicine to increase the number of physicians trained in Alberta.
Done and done.
Rural areas.
We've got 100 going in Grand Prairie and 100 going in Lethbridge, and we're working on ways to be able to get more nurses and paramedics trained in rural Alberta. So you're going to see a lot more on that.
Can I just say a big thank you on behalf of rural Alberta? It is not always easy to retain and recruit physicians.
Yeah.
And if you're trained in Lethbridge, you want to practice in Lethbridge, this is a great initiative we've taken. And big shout out to all the ministers and government and you, Premier, for getting this done. This is huge.
Well, let me add one more because Minister LaGrange brought through a policy for nurse practitioners, which can do about 80% of what a primary care doctor can do. So we agreed to let them set up their own practices. We now have 1,793 nurse practitioners in Alberta, which is a 76% increase, and 90 of them have set up their own practices, and most of those are in rural Alberta as well. So that's just another way that we're making sure that you get the care you need.
Number 27, eliminate the practice of election vouching for the identity of another elector.
Yep, done. We did that one. Yep. Got to bring your ID.
All right. Number 28. Limit the use of cell phones, social media in our primary and secondary school systems. Ban the use of the cell phones indoor and outdoor areas of the school.
So we did this mostly. What we did, we had a good debate about it because there were some of our caucus who said the minute you go on school grounds to the minute you're off, you have to have your phone off. And I understand that there's probably a number of people who feel that way. However, there are also a number of parents who said, but I need to be able to check in with my kid at lunch because of a doctor's appointment, trying to get them to activities. Maybe they're getting bullied. So we just felt like if we wanted to truly honor what we say about parental rights, we couldn't have a blanket policy that would prevent a parent from contacting their kids in an 8-hour day. So that's how we came up with the balance. You can't have your phone when we're in the classroom. That is the teacher's time. But in between classes and at lunch and before and after school, that's when we're going to allow them to be able to touch base at home. And we're hearing great support across the board for this policy. Yep. So thanks for endorsing
Thank you
that.
all.
Support food security and diversified, resilient local food systems in programs under provincial jurisdiction by removing bureaucratic barriers that undermine the viability of small farms, restoring consumer freedom to purchase food without government oversight, and incentivizing practices that prioritize long-term soil health and biological diversity.
Well, the bureaucratic barriers, that's going to require us to take on the CFIA in the same way that yeah. Yeah, in the same way that Joseph is going to on immigration. And it's very interesting because agriculture also holds a special place in our Constitution. Section 95 says that the provinces shall make laws on agriculture and the feds shall make laws from time to time. Now, there is a parliamentary supremacy that if they pass certain laws, they can disallow ours. But it says, the way it's written says to me, that are those who wrote our Constitution realized that agricultural practices and the different sectors really are different from one region to the next, and that's why it should be provincial. So I know that there have been some frustrations with how CFIA has conducted itself. So we'll be asking RJ to create an agriculture first policy to be addressing those areas where we can take a few more of those regulatory rules back. We probably need a little more work to do on consumer freedom, purchasing food without government oversight. We heard you loud and clear when we had our on-farm slaughter program. So licensed producers can sell cows, pigs, chickens, and other animals directly to consumers and avoid going through commercial meat inspection rules. However, there were a number who were being so successful at that they were going above what our limit was. We heard from you that you weren't happy that we were cutting them off. So RJ expanded the number of kilograms that they're able to slaughter before having to fall under a provincial abattoir. But just know that the larger an operation gets, the more difficult it is to deal with some of the specified risk material and entrails and that sort of thing. That's part of the reason why when you get to be a certain size, from an environmental point of view, there just needs to be different handling practices. So we're trying to find that right balance. I think we mostly got there. Incentivizing practices that prioritize long-term soil health and biological diversity. I have been such a huge champion of our ranchers who do so much to make sure our landscapes are managed, not only for soil health and fescue health, but also for biodiversity. Our farmers are able to do the same. The more productivity they can get on their land, it allows for more land on the marginal lands to be left in their natural condition. And I have a farmer in my riding who, if you can believe it, is capturing the diesel exhaust from his equipment and then turning it into nutrients for the soil and capturing the CO2 in the soil and improving the biological value of the soil. So those are the kind of things that I think are really remarkable, and we want
That's
to
Alberta,
see more of.
right?
Totally. I love
That's what we
it.
do.
I love it. I don't know if Keith is here. I was supposed to go see his place, but then it got destroyed by hail. So we're gonna go and look at it next year.
All right, number 30.
I'm hearing raw milk. Is that the? Okay, how about this? I don't drink raw milk, and so I don't know why you all feel so passionately about it. So why don't we maybe try to get you to have a focus group with RJ, and you can talk to him about what it is that you want to see for a regulatory environment. I don't know if there's any other jurisdictions that do that. Is there anyone else in Canada who does raw milk allowance? Where? Treaty 8 does? Okay. There you go. United States, what jurisdiction? Oh,
All right.
well, why don't you look it up and tell me?
What jurisdiction? Look it up and shout it out.
Look it up and tell RJ. And let me just let's look into that. I mean, we are trying to make life easier for individual farmers, but the other part of it too is that there's certain types of viruses that, if they get into the food supply, can be devastating. I mean, we've seen that with tuberculosis, we've seen that with foot and mouth, and so we do always work collaboratively with our ranchers and our and those who run big barns to make sure that we're able to identify animals that have to be quarantined so that we have the minimal amount of impact, and we're going to keep on doing that as well. But there are certain animal health issues that, if you don't manage them, they can also spread to other people's properties, and we also want to respect property rights also. So it's a balance.
All right, RJ's got some work to do.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to number 30 here. Implement an 8% personal income tax bracket for middle income Albertans and restore the provincial tax rate of 10% as the highest personal income tax bracket.
Okay, so someone got up to the mic and yelled at me that we're running a $6.5 billion deficit because oil prices went down. So if we implemented this policy, that would blow another $3 billion out of our budget, and now we'd have a $9.5 billion deficit. So I understand that Albertans are very tax averse, but I think we have to have a balance between paying an appropriate amount of tax and being able to pay for the services that you're asking for, because Albertans also want the best healthcare, the best education, the best programs to support those who are in need. So our long-term plan is to make sure we're investing the Heritage Savings Trust Fund back into that fund so that it can grow to $250 billion. If we do that, it would generate about $12 to $15 billion a year in revenue, and then we can talk about reducing other forms of taxes. But we got to have some patience. We got to generate the new source of revenue first before we cut off any additional revenue sources.
And I'm sure Minister Horner would appreciate if I said this, but when the Premier talked about bringing taxation in, 40% of Albertans don't pay taxes.
Yeah.
That's a reality. So as a province, we have the lowest taxes, and it's something that I brag about. When I go overseas and I tell people to come invest in Alberta, I tell them that we have a vast landscape, rich for opportunity for investment, for manufacturing facilities. We have an educated population. We have a low tax jurisdiction. That's the truth. But with that, we also have to pay for social services. And these are harsh realities to face.
Yeah. So the reason why 40% of Albertans don't pay taxes is, number one, we don't have a sales tax, and that's how other provinces make sure that everybody pays at least a portion of taxes, is because they'll pay it on a sales tax. We don't have that. Plus, we also have the highest personal exemption, so you can earn $21,000 or $42,000 as a couple before you end up paying taxes. And so that's where we find ourselves, is that we've got 40% of the public don't pay taxes, personal income taxes at all.
31.
Strengthen the rights of all Albertans to be treated equally.
Well, that would be the Alberta Bill of Rights, which we will talk more about. Let's. So yes, we agree that everyone does need to have equal treatment before the law, and that's why we did shore up our Alberta Bill of Rights. But there's another motion that we'll have to talk about that.
All right. Number 32, require the publicly funded post-secondary institutions to implement a policy guaranteeing the freedom of speech and freedom of assembly of all students.
Oh yeah, the Jack Mintz report. You heard Miles talk about it yesterday. Getting rid of the DEI policy, making sure that students are not discriminated against for being conservative in their poli-sci classes, and the Jordan Peterson law that started all of this off. We just want to make sure that our professionals have the ability to speak freely on the issues that they care about without being punished by their professional bodies.
Strengthen landowner rights.
Oh yeah, I mean, one of the things when I was doing property rights advocacy back in 1997, the missing piece from our bills of rights. First of all, property rights were not in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms at all. However, Peter Lougheed had it in our Bill of Rights, as did John Diefenbaker, and it said the right to the ownership of property. But what was missing was fair compensation in the event property is taken for public use. So we put that in. We want to make sure that if anyone's rights are impaired because your property is taken or regulated away, you have to be compensated. And the reason you do that is so that bureaucrats don't keep coming up with schemes for how they're going to impair your property, because it's going to cost money. So that's part of the reason that was important. We also heard loud and clear, and Keith Wilson is here, and he's just doing such great work helping us out on addressing issues of unpaid municipal property taxes, unpaid landowner leases, and well sites that have been sitting on landowner properties for literally decades without being cleaned up. So there's a few things we're doing there. Number one is that we're in the process of restoring the old surface rights board so we have an expertise for those who are going before that board so that they can be heard fairly and be paid a fair amount. We're also creating a process where landowners can nominate a site for cleanup, because we already require oil companies to pay $700 million to clean up well sites. Well, darn it, they should be cleaning up the well sites. That's the priority for the landowners. So that's the next step that we're going to do, is that we're going to dictate to them if there's a property they own that has been nominated for cleanup, that's going to be their priority to clean up. We're also doing closure funds. As you saw with solar and wind, there's a lot of people very worried that at the end of those life that there's not going to be anybody around to take out those massive wind turbines or those huge solar farms. So we're creating a closure fund so that solar and wind have to put money away so that when it comes to the end of the life, there's money there for it to be cleaned up. And the next step is going to be to do the same thing to oil and gas wells on a go-forward basis. If you if you drill a new site, you got to put a little bit of money away today, because if you think about it, that's when it's most profitable. So you drill it. If you put $10,000 into an account, by the time it is finished its natural life, it might be that 10,000 will have grown to a size large enough to be able to clean the site. And then if that site ever gets transferred to somebody else, the money will go along with it. It's a very different approach. We can only do it on a go forward. So we've got a hybrid approach to deal with the past liability, as well as a new emerging approach to deal with future liability. And all of that is to make sure that no landowner ever sees their land devalued because they've got a company that hasn't cleaned up their site and that doesn't have the ability to pay to do it.
All right, number 34, implement a recall trigger requirement of 50% plus one of the total number of votes most recently cast for the targeted office applicable for both provincial and municipal elected officials.
Well, recall sure didn't go the way we expected, did it? I talked about this a little bit yesterday. And so first of all, let me just look at the spirit of this. I mean, one of the reasons why we realized that there was something wrong with the very, very high bar at municipal level is because it was based on 60% of population. So you can imagine, you've got people who are not citizens, you've got people who are under the age of 18. You would have had to, in the case of one of the big city recalls, they would have needed something like 550,000 signatures to recall the mayor, and she had only received 170,000 in the previous election. So that looked like it, I think, to everybody about why it is they might have needed to change that. And so what we did for provincial is that we put the bar at previous people who had turned out to vote. So that was what you guys had said is the ones who most recently cast ballots. And we went to 60% because, and I'm sorry if I'm repeating this for those who were in the room yesterday, because when you have a multi-party system, you can get elected, as we saw with the Liberals for so many years, with 35% of the vote, and we'll be in the same position in many of our ridings at the federal level as well. And that means that 65% are against you at any given time. Now we don't have that right now because we've got a kind of a two-party system. So we passed it to be 60% of the previous voter turnout. What we didn't anticipate, though, is that the sort of the longest ballot guys who are trying to who abuse the process around democratic elections would kind of shift gears and use recall for that purpose as well. So we think we might have to do a little more work on the Recall Act. I don't know if you guys are thinking, do you guys think it's working fine as it is? Do you think we need to do a little bit more work on it? Okay. Yeah, because it is what they're trying to do. Just understand the politics of this, because you're already seeing it in the commentary, right? It's, oh, well, if there's 14 MLAs that are facing recall, why don't you just hold a general election? And it's no. There's 14 MLAs where one person has been persuaded by their union boss to take out papers and pay $500 to start the petition campaign. Like they're trying to create a narrative that to force an early election, because I think they believe that it's just going to get worse and worse and worse for them under their current leader, and they're probably right about that. But
I'm born and raised in Calgary, so.
But I just know we're having an active conversation about this. If we need to bring through some changes, we're just a bit disappointed that it's been used this way, because you know what? I just don't think conservatives do this. If you look at British Columbia, which has had mostly NDP governments or Liberal governments for the last 30 years that they've had recall, I think that conservatives just say, have you done something egregious? Have you abused your expense account? Have you hacked into the healthcare system the way Thomas Dang did? Like, those are the kind of things that you guys would say, you know, that's probably worth it. Yeah. But that's part of the reason I think why it's been used responsibly in British Columbia. And we're just disappointed that it's being abused this way in Alberta.
I want to go back to the Nenshi thing for a question, because for a moment, I think there's a sentiment, or at least he thinks that Calgary has forgotten how bad he was. And maybe we could do a bit of a straw here poll here. Has anyone in Calgary here forgotten how bad Nenshi was? I see the Nick Carter. Good answer.
That's a great poll. All right, we still got a lot more to do here, so we want to keep this thing rolling here. Joe, go with 35, please.
Sure. Fund and construct additional new reservoirs for water storage and work with industry to reinvest in existing privately developed water infrastructure to ensure a dependable supply of water for the growing population, agriculture, industry, and communities, and a reduction of flood risk for Alberta.
And this is done. I mean, there's so much. We're investing millions more in water storage across the province. I think we're in consulting right now on 200 different potential reservoirs to increase the access to water without impairing first in time, first in right. Relocated Ghost Reservoir has entered engineering and regulatory phase. Feasibility studies are underway for reservoirs at Ardley, Armour, Belly River south of Pincher Creek. And as I mentioned, 200 sites are being investigated in 9 river basins so that we can see if we can get some more major projects. And that's just going to kickstart the next wave of water storage. We're also on flood risk. We're better protected than ever before. The Springbank Offstream Reservoir and Cougar Creek Dam are in place. Flood maps are finalized. We've completed more flood maps over the last 5 years than the previous 35 years combined, so that everybody knows where the danger zones are when it comes to new construction. So that's I think that's done.
All right, that's fantastic. Let's go to 2023 here. So
we're just a few from 23 and 2022 that we've had some movement on in the last year or so. So I just wanted to revisit a few of those as well. I think we've got 15 more minutes to do so.
So I'll protect medical practitioners' right to research, speak, and write, and protect medical doctors in the healthcare. Go ahead.
Done. That's the Jordan Peterson law. That's the one that we're doing right now. Yep.
Going through the legislature.
All right, next one. Ban post-secondary institutions from the use of race as a factor in any admissions program or procedure.
Yep. And this came out of the Mintz panel report, and Miles McDougall said he's working on that this year. Yep.
All right, number 7, protect an individual's right to privacy and confidentiality of their healthcare information.
Yep. We've got Bill 11 that was introduced. It's the Protection of Privacy Act that provides the strongest protection for privacy safeguards in Canada. I can tell you Minister Nate Glubish feels very strongly about this. HS thought they owned your health data. You wouldn't believe how difficult it has been for us to wrest that away from them so that we could say, no, you own the access to your health data, that you should be the one to decide who accesses it and who adds information to it. And so that is in process, but the legislative architecture for that is done.
Number 9.
Sure. Ensure post-secondary institutions shall be a place of free thought and learning of employable skills by eliminating all diversity, equity, inclusion offices in all public universities, colleges, and the list goes on.
And the Mintz panel report recommended that as well. And so Miles is going to be working on that this year. Boy, you guys had a lot of influence on that Mintz panel. He came up with a lot of good recommendations. So
a lot of great stuff.
That's good.
Resolution number 10. Oppose the federal government's expansion of the medical assistance in dying, the MAID program, qualifying criteria to include those suffering solely from mental illness, and oppose the future legalization of MAID as a care option for minor children.
Yeah. Remember, MAID was supposed to be. Remember the sad case that MAID was about? It was the Sue Rodriguez case, a woman dying of Huntington's, and she just wanted the right to have a dignified a death, and she was of sound mind. That was sort of the case that started all of this conversation. It was never meant to have people telling veterans or people who were poor or people who were depressed or minor children, well, you may as well just do MAID. It was never, ever meant for that. And those are the terrible stories that we're hearing. And we're just going to make sure that we don't go down that path. Let's maintain the original intention of what the legislation was for. But you'll see that Minister Amory will be introducing legislation around this in the course of the next year.
All right, thank you. So, Premier, this is going to be a little more discussion here on the Bill of Rights, as you told the crowd here. So we'll go to Resolution 15. So
Can you before we go through all of this, because Resolution 15 passed in 23, and that was the reason why we brought forward the Bill of Rights.
Right.
When we were in the middle of debating it in the legislature, another special resolution came forward last year. And that was one that we wanted to revisit this year so that we can tell you what we're doing with each of those. So can we go to the next slide? I think this next slide might be the special motion. Yeah. Next one. Oh, it's not all on the screen. Okay, we're going to have to read what was on the special motion then. Here, okay, so let me go through and I'll read through the special motion and I'll tell you how we're approaching this. Now, first thing I would say is not everything to protect rights needs to be in the Bill of Rights. That's the first thing I would say. So let me tell you how we're dealing with each of these. So the special motion on the Bill of Rights, number 1, freedom of religion, belief, and conscience. That's in there. The right to life, liberty, property, and the pursuit of happiness. Life, liberty, property is sort of our conception. Pursuit of happiness is an American conception. So we didn't use that last part, but the other ones are in there. Freedom of speech, expression, and freedom from private or public censorship in any form. So we've got freedom of speech and expression. And as I've mentioned, through the Jordan Peterson law and the work that Miles McDougall is going to be dealing with this year, that's where we'll deal with the private and public censorship. Number 4, freedom of parents to make decisions regarding the health, education, welfare, and upbringing of their children. We've addressed that in a couple of different ways. We have it in the Bill of Rights for education, but we've also made different decisions through the 3 bills that we're protecting through the notwithstanding clause to also enforce parental rights. Maybe there's more that we need to do there, but that's how we've kind of addressed it. So we've addressed it through a couple of different means. Freedom to keep and bear arms, including the ownership and use of firearms, that's in there. Freedom to keep and own private property, including land, livestock, and chattels. That's in there. Freedom from supervision, surveillance, and unreasonable search and seizure. I believe that's in there, but I'll defer to Mike on that. It's in the charter, so that's in there. Freedom of mobility, including to enter, remain, and move about, and leave and return to Alberta. That's in there. And that's in the charter as well. There was almost a case on that post-COVID, but because the federal government changed their laws, the Supreme Court chose not to hear it. That's how strong I think that case actually was again in favor of mobility. Number 9, freedom to remain silent under questioning, detention, or arrest or trial. That's in there. Freedom to consult legal counsel and to be properly informed of such right. That's in there. Freedom to demand natural justice and procedural fairness in all criminal and civil matters, and to demand compensation for denial or infringement of rights by a person, corporation, or government. We do have compensation provisions in the legislation, and so I would say that we've also seen many cases of those who have been wrongfully convicted also be successful in getting compensation. So I think that's established in law. Freedom from arbitrary detention and to be presumed innocent in criminal trials, to be provided with full Crown disclosure, to be tried within a reasonable time. That's in there, but I think we heard from one of our members about the tragic story of his son, about the need for additional Crown disclosure, which Mickey is going to be addressing. I think he's putting in two provisions. Number one, if they make a decision in the case of something that we would expect them to go forward with to pursue, and they don't think there's a reasonable likelihood of conviction, they'll have to explain why, but they'll also have to disclose to the victim's family why it is they wouldn't be able to, why they're not going forward on a case. Number 13, freedom to democratically elect and recall legislators by voting through secret paper ballots to be manually hand counted. We have done that. Because we got rid of the tabulators. That was one that we did both provincially and federally with your direction. And let's face it, the feds do it. Like the feds, the federal elections has the highest voter turnout. If they've managed to figure out how to do paper ballots, I'm sure every municipality can figure it out too. Number 14, freedom to use sufficient force to defend person, family, home, and property from any and all occupation, theft, or distinction. You will see our Sovereignty Act motion coming forward next week that will deal with that. Freedom of informed consent to make personal health decisions, including to refuse vaccines, medical, or surgical procedures. That's in there. That's in there. Freedom to peacefully assemble, associate, and protest. That's in there. Freedom from excessive taxation and taxation without representation. So two things. Our tax policy to protect taxpayers says that we have to have a referendum if we're going to increase business taxes, personal income taxes, and sales taxes. So that is the way in which we're protecting the three big ways in which you can be taxed. And then when it comes to taxation without representation, well, the Canmore tax on Calgarians who have secondary homes in Canmore is a prime example. And I've asked Dan Williams to look into working with them to find another way to fund affordable housing. How about we say that? Because that would be a prime example of taxation without representation. So that's going to be dealt with a different way. 18, freedom from discrimination, including on the basis of diversity, inclusion, equity. I think we spent a lot of time talking about the ways in which we're taking DE out of the public service, out of our crown corporations, out of our schools, out of our hiring practices, out of making sure that our Human Rights Commission is operating appropriately. So we're dealing with that in a different way. Freedom of access to financial services, to goods and services, and to conduct commerce via bills of exchange. What I'm hearing here is a real concern about a digital currency at the federal level. Is that what I'm hearing with that recommendation? Now, the Bank of Canada went out and consulted on it, and you told them loud and clear, we don't want that. So they pulled the proposal. We're watching it. At the moment, we don't think that there is a need to act on that, but we understand the dangers that could happen with the central bank digital currency. So we haven't moved on that. And remember, currency is also federal jurisdiction, so it's a little bit difficult for us to do that. But we'll be looking into seeing a way that we'd be able to preserve a paper currency in the event they go in that direction. Yeah, maybe we just say, maybe our credit unions, we just ask them to be able to have American dollar denominated accounts, and then you can start using the American dollar. Maybe you can use Bitcoin. I think there's a couple of credit unions that are using alternative currencies. You got to be able to have choice, right? 20, freedom to demand independent public inquiry into the conduct of legislators, judges, and other government-appointed officials. I'm not sure how to execute on that one because, the NDP are calling for public inquiries every other day. So I would say that maybe there just needs to be a little bit more work. Maybe that's the kind of thing that you would put to a citizen-initiated referenda if there was something that you would want to have a public inquiry on, because it always becomes difficult about who would decide on that. So I'll just put that back to you, that maybe there's a citizen-initiated process to deal with that one. Freedom to access government services and government information. So freedom to access government services gets a bit tricky, and that's one of the things that Peter Lougheed guarded against. He didn't want any of our public service programs to become entitlements. He wanted them to still be a privilege, that rights are really a way in which if you look at the American conception, you want to make sure that the government is not going to interfere with your God-given rights. And you don't want them to say you proactively have a right to a welfare check or a right to a particular government service. So I don't know that we would go down this pathway. I think that could be problematic. And government information, yes, you heard from Dale Nally. We're doing proactive government release of information so that you can go online and see whatever documents you want to about how our government operates. And number 22, the right of official languages. I have to tell you that I'm not all that keen on enshrining the right of official languages in our Bill of Rights. And part of the reason is that we already do have a requirement to provide Francophone education where numbers warrant. I think that's reasonable. That's how we've managed to build out a Francophone school system. But I don't think that we want to mandate that we have to have simultaneous translation in the legislature and simultaneous translation in all of our courts and simultaneous translation of all of our laws. I just think that that's an additional amount of expense that I don't know if we'd have widespread support for it. So that's the reason why we didn't want to entrench that in our Bill of Rights as well.
All right, wonderful. Thanks, Premier. Moving along, Joe, you want to do number 20 there, please? Resolution 20.
Certainly. Ensure that teachers, schools, school boards, and third parties providing services to kindergarten to grade 12 schools do not provide access to material of sexual, racist, or abusive nature, including, but not limited to, books, handouts, online materials, and live streams that are not part of Alberta's program of studies.
Aren't you guys smart? You passed that in 2023. Done.
All right, number 22. Oh, I'm excited about this one. End provincial funding for supervised consumption sites.
Oh yeah, we did this in Red Deer at the request of the council, and I'm told by Rick Wilson that Stanford University came in and did a research study on that, which will be released very soon so that we can see what the results are. And if they're positive, we have every intention of doing the same thing. Those of you who are Calgarians, maybe you can ask your municipal council if they'll support us in shutting down the Sheldon Schumer safe consumption site, because I would sure like to do that. And we discovered, if you can believe it, as we were going through and doing a deep dive into the Royal Alex Hospital in Edmonton, they had a safe consumption site right in the hospital. So that's been shut down, and we're going to, and we're going to direct the those who are homeless and facing addiction. We're going to direct them to the navigation center so they can get access to the virtual opioid dependency program, addiction treatment pathways, the detox centers, and so on. So we're in process on this, but we'd very much we've taken a different approach, and we very much like to shut them all down.
Premier, I have to tell all of our friends this: recovery works. And we had some statistics come back, and I'll let you all know as friends here. We had some statistics come back just in regards to overdose fatalities. And just back it up only a few years, in the Lethbridge area, we were losing probably 3 people a day to overdose addictions. As of July this year, the number of deaths in the Lethbridge in southern Alberta region was 0.
Whoa.
So recovery works. What this Alberta government has done regarding the recovery-oriented system of care works.
And that's right. I forgot to mention that was the first one that was shut down, was the one in Lethbridge. Fantastic.
All right. Go ahead. 26.
Support fair, efficient, open, and competitive consumer and industrial electricity markets, and conduct a review to determine market competitiveness and whether there is excess market concentration resulting in high electricity prices, and if so, determine methods to correct the excess market concentration.
Yeah, and once again, you guys were ahead of the game there. That was 2023, and Newdorf has done all of that work. We did found that there were a couple of players who were withholding power to bring the prices up. We stopped that practice, and now that we no longer have the clean electricity regs that are dampening our market, we expect to see a whole lot more electricity being produced here as well.
All right, number 28, require all regulatory professional associations and trade organizations to limit investigations to their members or for complaints regarding professional conduct of the members.
Again, just reminding you guys, this was a policy you passed in 2023, and this is the Peterson law. So thanks for your direction, and done.
All right, now we're going to 2022. Joe, you want to do the first one there?
Sure, just a couple left here. Review our electricity pricing system with the goal of reducing transmission and distribution costs.
Absolutely. We're still in progress on the one in northern Alberta. We had a proposal that was not optimal, but Minister Newdorf he went through, and I think he has about 15 different ways that we're going to be able to bring those distribution prices down in particular. So as I mentioned, all of the changes that he made brought the price of electricity from 32 cents down to 1 to 3 cents a kilowatt hour. So that's how much they've come down in the last few years. We have also modified our policy around solar and wind to direct wind, use existing infrastructure. Otherwise, you're going to have to pay to connect to the grid. And that will also reduce our transmission and distribution costs. We address the issue of the local access fees, so Calgarians in particular would have their costs come down. We address the issue of the regulated rate. We're now calling it the rate of last resort. It will be a little bit higher, but if you've got the ability to sign on to a contract, you will very likely save costs there as well. The last piece that we have to do is to look at these unreasonable distribution costs in Northern Alberta, and that's the last piece that's coming. You'll expect to see something hopefully before the end of the year.
Good stuff. All right, the last one, Resolution 14 from 2022, really both municipally and provincially restrict third-party
And we needed to do that. When we saw that third-party advertisers were able to raise $35,000, we've reduced that down to $5,000, but we also wanted to make sure that it was more transparent. So rather than have a bunch of PACs funded by a bunch of unions and pretending that they're not supporting certain candidates, now candidates can collect the money directly, but the third-party advertisers, they got the same rules as we do. Limit of 5,000, and they can't spend more than that across their third parties. So there you are, done and dusted.
That's it. That's all. Thank you very much, everyone. We couldn't do it without you. Thank you. And thank you to Premier Smith. Thank you to Joseph Scow. Thank you to all of my government colleagues for the great work they're doing. And I hope everyone has a great rest of the conference.
Awesome. Thanks, Fred. Thank you. Thanks, Fred.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to reset the stage, and we'll be back in 5 minutes for policy.
How do I turn it on? Folks, we'll be starting the policy session in about 6 minutes. So if you could find a seat, please, in the lower bowl. We will not be counting votes except in the lower bowl and in the handicap section in the far corner of the arena. So if you want to vote, please do not stand at the railings or sit in the upper bowl. Please come down to the lower bowl.
All right, folks, I'm back. And I'm actually back to kind of just wrap it up because we don't have anything else really to do till 5 p.m., so 2.5 hours. I hope you enjoyed that coverage. I certainly enjoyed giving it to you. And yeah, please stay tuned. Come back at 5 p.m. Mountain, 7 p.m. Eastern as we get into the voting results. I voted and I had a quick lunch. So thank you very much for hanging out with me today. And come back, 5 p.m. Remember, you can go to levineshow.com to get yourself started as a member. That's how we run everything here. That's how we bring these shows to you. Oh, look at that. I got the magic buttons. I wonder if she can join me for a little bit here. But yeah, the levineshow.com and get yourself started as a member. And see how the chat. Wow, you guys have been busy. It's a great job. Thank you very much. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. I was unable to attend. Kevin, sorry that we missed you. And I'm glad that you were able to get at least the keynote and the accountability portion. And after 4 hours, 32 minutes, I'm going to wrap this up and I'll be back 7 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Mountain with the results of the UCP board votes. You guys take care of each other and love you all very much. And God bless.